how governments, businesses, and societies operate and how they will operate in the future. But this efficiency comes at the expense of increased vulnerability. And these promises and perils will be addressed today by the most wonderful speakers who have been already introduced, but please also give me the honor because they deserve to be introduced in more detail. So the first speakers we have on the panel is Yeholashet Megersa-Ayano, Director at the Computer Vision Research at Ethiopian Artificial Intelligence Institute, and he will be representing the technology community and angle on our panel, so thank you very much for coming. We have Gilbert Nyandeje, Founder and Chief Executive Officer of the Africa Cyber Defense Forum in Kenya. Welcome, Gilbert, who will be adding both the policy and entrepreneurial angle to our conversation. Then it's my great honor to welcome Ambassador Latha Reddy, co-chairman of the Global Commission on Stability in Cyberspace from India. Welcome, Ambassador. Ambassador Latha Reddy has been in the Foreign Service for 36 years. She's been involved in creating the cyber policy agenda for India and served in 2 global commissions, one on internet governments and the second one on cyber stability. And last but not least with us is Anna Maria Collard, Senior Vice President of Content Strategy at KnowBe4 in South Africa. Anna is cybersecurity entrepreneur, cyber psychologist, researcher in cognitive resilience and digital mindfulness, veteran in human factor security, and co-founder of Mido Cyber Academy, establishing a cyber helpline for South African citizens. So we have the best speakers to address this very complex topic. And just to introduce a bit how this panel will proceed, we will attempt for a good flow. We will start with the more technical angle than used to safeguards across different sectors, how agentic AI is being used, and what does it mean for the security, and specifically cybersecurity of these sectors. And then we'll cover the governance angle, so how to establish global norms. As this is Cape Town conversation, and the spirit is dialogue and influencing the agenda, we'll make everything we can to make it a conversation. So prepare your questions. We'll be definitely opening the floor to your questions, and you'll be sharing your points, maybe short commentaries, but especially questions for our panelists in the second half of this panel. So again, thank you very much, everyone who has joined us this morning. And let me start with the first speaker, Yeholashet, and other panelists, feel free to join the conversation and share your insights as well. So what is the promise of agentic AI and the new vulnerabilities it creates? What does this mean for cybersecurity, especially when we have this layer of digital in public infrastructure?
Okay, thank you, Pavalina, and I would like to say also thank you for the conversation organizers for inviting me on this exciting conversation. Just before addressing your question, let me give some context about agentic AIs. So agentic AIs are nothing but they are AI systems that not only process information, rather they autonomously plan, act, collaborate with other AI system, and also adopt based on a feedback from the digital ecosystem. So having said that, the agentic AI has 3 main components. The first one is the reasoning part, which is mostly the large language models or LLMs. Then it has like a tool system, and the third one is the memory system. So this LLM course generates the strategic reasoning of the agentic AI, and the tool systems will execute scripts, perform API calls, and even interact with other platforms. So the memory system actually is a vector database that stores the evolving nature, the evolving knowledge, and also task status. Good. So having these 3 components, let's take some hypothetical examples how this agentic AI workflows happen. So having, for example, a hypothetical example, which we want to optimize the workflow of a given hospital. So we have a goal of having a goal of reducing wait times and also optimizing staff schedule. Then these AI agents will take an input or perceive the staff schedules, the patient admissions, and treatment logs. Having this input or perception, the LLMs, which is the core component, will carry out the reasoning, or it produces the plans and actions. So the second component of the agentic AI, which is the memory interface, will retrieve the context, histories, and also knowledge, so that a proper tool is selected. Then these tool sets execute the chosen operations using those tools, and also may carry also API calls, so that it turns the reasoning of the LLM into real-world actions. So finally, it acts on environment, or it generates the intended result, like changing the hospital roster, or coming up with optimized schedule. So in these processes, we expose to AI agents our database, other tools, so that if proper guardrails are not implemented, this operation may expose patients' information and also staff personal data. So these are one of the vulnerabilities that agentic AI brings on the cybersecurity arena. So having said that, let's see some of the vulnerabilities that the existing cybersecurities may not address, the challenges that we may face because of these agentic AIs. The first thing is that the decision loops of these agentic AI autonomously chain operations, as I've said earlier, across databases, API calls, and infrastructure. This creates vulnerabilities, but the existing cybersecurity framework assumes static threat models and also clearly defined user actions. So this agentic AI being operating on real time with like millions of instructions per second may result or may expose some informations which are to be kept confidentially. So this is one of the challenges. The second challenge that we may face because of this agentic AI is that as it triggers complex sequence of operations, but the existing cybersecurity frameworks are also mainly focuses on perimeter security and endpoint or device protections. But the agentic AI could use the legitimate API calls for mass scrapping, which indirectly exposes the sensitive internal endpoints. So having the existing cybersecurity framework, which mainly focuses on perimeter security or endpoint protection, may not capture the vulnerabilities that may be caused by the API mass scrapping, which indirectly exposes the sensitive endpoints inside the network. So the other most important challenge that we may face because of this agentic AI is the cascading failure in digital public infrastructure. What does it mean? So we may have an interconnected AI agents which work collaboratively to accomplish a given goal, but a single failure can rapidly break down all the systems. So that is the problem of that's a problem that we have when we have a collaborative agentic AI working in digital public infrastructure. For example, if you take one failure of an agent which actually do the digital ID authentication, if that agent fails or if it is poisoned by some attacks, then it may classify a citizen as unverified. That's a problem. And then it may result the payment system for that particular person not to be carried out or stop payments. Even it may cause the hospital intake agencies like to reject patients. So the challenge will cascade it and will poison the agencies that are working collaboratively. Though this is one of the issues that we may face because of these agentic AIs. Yeah, back to you, Dr. Lavina.
Thank you very much. And yeah, you mentioned healthcare, and healthcare is very interesting case study for cybersecurity and the use of AI, because like healthcare is known for opening its like data and like connecting the devices a lot in the past years and digitizing a lot. And this made it very vulnerable as a sector. And at the same time, now with the AI engines, we see how even short disruption in healthcare causes massive impacts to patients who are in need of the care. Well, there may be some other examples across critical sectors. We have manufacturing, we have electricity, water facilities, and transportation, communications. So maybe other panelists, let's start with you, Gilbert. What are maybe some other use cases of agentic AI, and then proceed to the safeguards? How can we make these systems more secure?
Thanks, Pavlina, and of course the ORF team and my fellow colleagues for the panel. I think we're living in an interesting world. I mean, everybody is now interacting with AI, right? I mean, even everybody has ChatGPTs and all this, but people don't know the risk that we basically are finding ourselves now when you talk about agentic AI. As Ayano has indicated, now you have autonomous systems. The challenge you face here is where you have systems that basically are able to test tasks that basically, you have no control of. The question now comes in, the big risk is, who takes responsibility when AI agent goes rogue? Basically we find ourselves in a situation where we're in this hybrid human AI world where who is responsible? Now that becomes a big problem that most of the risk frameworks we have today did not preempt that. And that's basically where we found ourselves in a very, very big challenge, where we have to now rethink even some of our safeguards we have in security, because as you said, for example, security at the moment, we look at security, for example, if you talk about something like vulnerability management, you look at it from an angle of static software, for example, endpoint vulnerability. But now you are now facing a situation where we have risks like, for example, model poisoning, where you could have some of these models have backdoored, it doesn't change its operation. However, basically within an embedded, already you have this malicious, execution. The model works properly as it is, but it has a malicious embedded code in it. And even if you look at, if a little bit technicality in terms of, let's say, source code review, how are you cannot be able to detect that because it's basically already a poisoned model from the angle of even the supply chain. We are now even going to find ourselves from the supply chain angle where, let's say, for example, you talk of open source models. And when some of these, I think yesterday when we were in the session, someone was talking about some of their open sourced AI models. Now, when you have these open source AI models and they end up being backdoored, how will you tell? And you end up, trading them on your data within your organization. Before you know it, the entire system has gone rogue. You've exposed it to healthcare, right? That becomes a challenge. And this is what brings us now, what are the key safeguards we need to put in place? I will classify them into 3 levels. One is the technical safeguards. We also need to have operational safeguards. Then the last comes on regulatory. Let me start first on the technical safeguards. The technical safeguards, basically, you need to look at it from the angle of least privilege. where, for example, you need to basically be assured that some of these agents are basically separated from, let's say, the production environment, or where you also ensure that, for example, let's say you have an agent that deals with, let's say, I give a typical example, let's say in energy sector. You can have an AI agent, let's say energy AI agent, that basically automates, or let's say load shedding, right, tasks. So it understands the load shedding in terms of, for example, patterns. But at the last stage, you at least need to ensure that at least there's a sign-off by an operator. Because if you don't do that, it can end up basically causing an entire, the agent has basically caused an entire disruption of the entire critical infrastructure, let's say, for example, in the entire country, just because the AI agent went rogue. So that's basically could be some of the safeguards you use. The other level of safeguard could be on the angle of, let's say, monitoring and logging and monitoring. We need to basically be able to also have a capability to monitor the functionalities or the functions of some of these agents, so that at least we are able to not only focus on the traditional endpoint angle of, let's say, malware infection, but we also look at what exactly are the tasks, or rather basically some of the operations of these models, because it can be where basically the malicious operations are executed. This will be very, very important. Then the other angle now also calls upon us to also start thinking around an issue of sandboxing. I'm sure you might have heard of an idea of digital twins, where we say, okay, fine, can we basically, even before we deploy some of these agents, can we have digital twins that we're able to do stress testing on how some of these models are going to behave when they're in real environment? So I think those would be very, very important on the technical safeguards. When it comes to the operational safeguards, is things like, for example, incident response. How many people, for example, are in banking sector? When you talk about your incident response playbooks, it is time to rethink your incident response playbooks. I remember a gentleman was talking about their use case, for example, in Absa Bank, on how they are basically using some of the AI models to be able to maybe, let's say, ensure financial inclusion. But this is the point where even the banking sector, as you bring on this new model, you need to think around your incident response playbooks. Are you basically having proper policies, for example, when, for example, around poisoned, for example, models? Is it there? Is it part of your incident response playbook? Because if it is not there, then it means your existing incident response playbooks has not basically responded to the reality of the new risk you have introduced in the organization. So that's on that angle. The other part, of course, comes around regulatory standards, where, if you look, for example, there's NIST, the NIST AI risk framework. This is basically AI RMF. NIST has come up with a standard that could be used. And this also basically could also call upon where the regulator, and this is the challenge you have, because the things are evolving so fast that the regulator cannot even cope up with. Because, for example, I don't know whether in South Africa today there's anybody dealing with AI regulation. I think it might not even exist yet. And you have now already organizations introducing this, where we need to look at it even from the angle, and I think Anna will chime on the aviation sector, where there's the level of test where basically before you even basically go ahead and implement some of these trauma systems, you need to basically prove, or rather show, a level of test on some of these models. So I think that would be very, very important. We could adopt some of the applications on safety in the aviation industry, and even energy, and even nuclear. There's a lot of regulations that you're required to be able to implement. So I will look at it from those three angles: operational safeguards, regulatory safeguards, and of course in terms of the technical safeguards. Thank you.
Thank you, Gilbert. And it's very interesting how you hinted already with the technical one on vulnerabilities, and there was a very interesting case recently about poisoning or influencing the models from within, and it wasn't even poisoning as such by malicious actors, but actually the model coming from developed in a certain country, as they all are. They are at the end of the time, they may be global, but their norms will be still local. It will show that for code development, depending on which country the user was using it, it introduced more vulnerabilities into the code from certain countries. So we see that even from within, like how much we can trust these systems, that they are not compromised. And you mentioned also AI regulation, and who really likes to regulate is the European Union. And famously, even with the AI Act, when that was in the process, in the final stages, because of large language models and ChatGPT progressing so fast, they had to take back some parts and redo them, right? So the question then is how to make these regulatory frameworks not just advanced, but how to make them like basically technology agnostic, even in the age of AI, because there will be more developments, there will be more models, which, and we cannot just like be reopening our frameworks every time. But we have Anna on this panel too, and I would be very excited about your take on what do these applications mean for human factor security, as you being a very prominent expert on this topic, Anna.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, everyone, for being here and for having me. It's an honor. So from a human behavior point of view, if you look at traditional workforce management and traditional cybersecurity, the human factor is always that one element that we haven't quite been able to manage, really. It's not that, I really don't like the term the human is the weakest link. I disagree with that, but the human is definitely in the firing line in terms of where the adversaries and the social engineers go and find ways into environments rather than exploiting sophisticated technology. Now, when we look at this from an organizational point of view, we now not only have the human that we need to manage, but we have humans interacting with AI agents. So now we have this hybrid complexity environment that we need to manage, where you have AI agents, two AI agents that then interact with the human. So in security, the enemy of safeguarding is complexity. And this is exactly what we're introducing now. I really want to take up on what Gilbert and you also, Pavlina, you mentioned data poisoning. Now, from a human point of view, again, it's very important, particularly from let's call them the general large language models. If you imagine these AI agents like, let's say, a self-driving car in a very smart, autonomous, smart city, right? So you're sitting in your car, the car is this agent, it makes all the decisions by itself, it reads the street signs, it learns, and it makes the right decisions. Even if that car and that model has been perfectly developed and it has got all the safeguards and the right security built in, if somebody manipulates the car signs, right, then the cars will respond as they should based on the data that they're reading from. And that's exactly what sort of data poisoning does when we look at it, and this is already happening if we look at it from a propaganda point of view or misinformation, is that I think the Turing Institute has identified that Russian actors are poisoning Wikipedia entries, for example. They're creating blog posts that are pro-Kremlin because the AI models are reading, they're taking the information from there, and the scary thing is it doesn't take a lot of this. It only takes 250 papers. That's if you look at the whole internet, that's nothing. 250 documents to change the belief system of a large language model, disregarding how big it is, how many parameters it's got. So if you have 250 blog posts that are pro-Kremlin, your ChatGPT, your personal AI agent, will tell you a story that is maybe not in your best interest. So this is another element that when we think about humans, that particularly manipulation of humans and society in general, and how we, especially in a world, as we've heard on the first day, where values are no longer being upheld, how easy it is to manipulate citizens and people and societies through these things. And then that takes me to me personally, as a mother as well, my biggest issue with a lot of this, apart from the safety and the security, is that these algorithms and these systems are controlled by people who sometimes they're 23-year-old tech bros that don't have the psychological background, right? Or they're people that are very much aligned to, let's just face it, authoritarian systems that don't uphold ethics and democratic values. Now, they are controlling the algorithms. They're controlling the content that we're exposing our children to. They're controlling and let's be honest, those agentic assistants or AI agents that are now companions, that are sold as friends to our children. They are not friends. They're part of the attention economy. Their only motivation is to keep them hooked for as long as possible, not to help them at all. And now we're exposing our societies, our vulnerable members of society, to these tools, to these algorithms that are just programmed to keep them hooked for as long as possible because it's the attention that they want, not to help them, and using way more manipulative powers, like personalized powers that go beyond what social media is already doing and the harm that social media is doing. So yeah, that's I think, just to wrap it up, like a few days ago at the Digital Sovereignty Summit, President Macron, he much more eloquently said, you know, if you have these algorithms and these systems being controlled by these kind of people, and they use the excuse of free speech and innovation, that's not the case. It's the Wild West, and we have to have regulation in place because these people will not change their business ethics. They will not make sure that we uphold ethical values and actually look after and prevent the harm that these tools could cause on vulnerable people. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. Well deserved. Lata, you've been leading consensus building in 2 global coalitions, both on internet government and cyber stability. So there is a wealth of knowledge you have about building global consensus. So how can it be reached across countries on AI, which we see how world is still across regions failing on it? How can we adopt norms for mitigating potential cybersecurity risks stemming from autonomous AI, especially as any of these norms agreed by governments need to be then adopted not only by states, but also by the private sector and citizens?
Thank you very much. I propose to confine myself to the area of how can a global consensus be reached among government and business stakeholders to adopt norms, regulations, standards to mitigate potential cyber risks stemming from autonomous AI. I think my own experiences in the GCIG, the Global Commission on Internet Governance, that was really an experiment, if you like, and that was a Carl Bildt Commission. And there we came up with multiple norms, because we didn't realize the need to perhaps focus on a few specific norms. The GCSC, on the other hand, the Global Commission on Stability in Cyberspace, went a step further. We actually created 8 norms, specific norms, which were based on principles, regulations, and standards. We also interacted in the GCSC with the GGE and the OEWG, the 2 UN bodies, which were also considering cyber issues at the same time. And again, these norms which we came up with were widely accepted by ASEAN, EU, and India. Similarly, when the UN came up with its 14 norms in the GGE and in other bodies, these were adopted by many countries. Again, the EU, ASEAN, India, and among others. And so, I found that the GCSC was by far, I would say, the more interesting body of work. We had people in industry, we had diplomats, we had government organizations and officials represented, and a lot of big business. And in fact, a lot of our funding came also from industry and other areas. So I would say that both in the UN as well as the GCSC, we were able to create certain norms which have stood the test of time, and we presented it at the Paris Peace Forum. Again, it gained wide acceptance there. We did a lot of advocacy. We interacted with many, many bodies all over the world. I believe we achieved our goal of creating norms, principles, standards, which stood the test of time. So, you know, while agentic AI is a subject which, you know, is very technical, of course, as we've heard from our colleagues here, but it also has a human cost. And I think that is something which, as Anna said, we need to really keep a hold of, because agentic AI can be misused. You know, we've all seen the outbreak of deep fakes and so on and so forth. So while we balance creating norms and standards, we also need to keep this aspect in mind, the human impact of what we do on agentic AI. And I think those are my remarks. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Lotte. Exactly, and I think, you know, what is very exciting about the norms that you've been creating in these two commissions and then also UN norms is, like, they are specific, but they're also high level and they're technology agnostic. And then when you socialize them, they create this normative framework to be then like adopted and translated into the regional and national environments. And this is what would make them so agile for years ahead. We'll be now opening for the questions from the audience, and I truly hope there are many. I believe we have mics on both sides, so please.
Yeah, may I add? I wanted to add something. I wanted to just add. Can I?
And before your question, we just have intervention from Gilbert, and then right afterwards we will take your question. Thank you very much for waiting.
Thanks, Pablo. I just wanted to just add something on it, just a quick one around what we're dealing with, and this now beyond technicalities. But the reality is we're living in even our, you know, the so-called democratic rights in terms of the society we're living in today. You talk about deepfakes, for example, and I mean, here we have, for example, former President Thabo Mbeki. I mean, if you look at the political process that is changing now, you find yourself in a situation where I predict a situation where we might be basically finding ourselves, our democratic processes get totally interfered with, to a point we have no control, because all this, basically you're having, you know, agents, robots having guns across the digital space. You wake up in the morning and you're surprised where did this information come from? By the time you're trying to, you know, to manage the whole situation, all the entire decision has been changed. And that's basically even brings the issue around, you know, national security, where you have maybe, for example, where you might find countries finding themselves in a situation where the issue around the security of the country itself becomes basically compromised because you have no control or someone driving an agenda, as Anna had said it. And I think this basically puts in a bigger problem, because even when it comes to the norms you talked about, it's very hard for us to get consensus. And the reason it's very hard for us to get consensus, I go, for example, the conventions, you look at, for example, Budapest Convention in cybercrime. It was passed, but basically we have not gotten consensus. We're talking about conventions. The Malabo Convention, which is basically African Convention, has been there since 2014, but only recently 15 countries, I think, ratified it. So the challenge you face when it comes to global norms and conventions, for a long time, the African voice has always been, or Africa Global South, has always been a voice at the sidelines. You know, you pass the norm and say, okay, fine, Africans and India and all this at the Global South, here are the norms. And this becomes a big problem, because you forget that basically this is a very huge part of a population that are users of now, for example, AI, but if their voices are not involved in the norms and processes, it becomes a big challenge. And if already the global north finding itself difficult, remember when we were having the Paris AI Summit, when Vice President J.D. Vance made it very clear that the U.S. is not going to sign that responsible AI usage. So what should we expect? Nobody's basically agreeing in the global north. Then global south is a consumer. So I think this is basically the situation we find ourselves, is we need to have more inclusive voices when it comes to these norms for us to have a way forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Gilbert. And being involved in negotiations both on international cybersecurity and then cybercrime and the consensus-based convention, which is now new at the United Nations against cybercrime, I believe it's definitely felt that multilateralism changes, and you cannot put forward any new norms without having cross-regional agreement. So I think the times when a group of countries decided something and then kind of pushed it on others is definitely over, and we need to cooperate with more ambitious proposals that actually engage regions and countries all over the world. And thank you very much for your patience. Please introduce yourself, your question, and if you are asking specific panelists, please let us know. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. My name is Subhash. I'm the Chief Digital Officer at Absa Bank.
Can you speak a little louder, please?
Sure, thank you. I think, first of all, thank you for mentioning the social vulnerability aspect, because what we are seeing practically is our most vulnerable customers are actually being impacted the most through things like phishing. So thank you for mentioning that. I think also we need to put on the table the conversation about the potential risks of quantum computing. So I know we spoke a lot about AI, but quantum computing also represents a significant risk, but also a significant opportunity, and I don't think enough is being talked about that.
Thank you. We can take more questions.
Hi, good morning, Václav Lukovic. Gilbert and Anna Maria, the points you made resonate with me very, very strongly. And both as a parent, as well as the 3 stages, Gilbert, which you mentioned. I believe it is extremely important also to put the education aspect on the table. We need to educate the consumers. Of course, we can regulate it. We need to safeguard the data. We need to have all of these. But if you think that many people still think AI is magic, right? LLM is not magic. So really educating both the young ones, but as well as the other users on how the systems actually work, what are the risks, and I think I see not enough of those initiatives really to educate all the users. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 2 more questions on the left. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. A very interesting panel. My name is Catherine Getao from Kenya. I was wondering if the word intelligence is very important, because we're moving towards a time which, as our colleague said, about agentic technology, which will begin to have its own hopes, desires, and motivation. Isn't it important to build morality into any intelligence so that our approaches to mitigating the risks are not always reactive or restrictive, but the technology itself has a sense of right and wrong, which is able to operate in unanticipated circumstances. My second area is we seem to find it very difficult to, and I think one of the panelists talked about it, to predict the effects of a technology in the long term. For example, the internet has completely changed the way that human beings consume and exchange information, and sometimes in ways that have been very difficult for society to deal with. So how can we learn from the internet and social media experience about what we need to do with technologies like AI, or as the earlier question asked, like quantum computing. Do we have any way of anticipating where we're headed? Because I think this is where the problem lies, because where we're headed is coming more and more quickly than it has in the past. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your question.
Hello, I'm Stella Savides, a student at Stellenbosch University. Thank you so much for such a wonderful conversation around AI. I think it's a deep concern, particularly if I come from the academic world. In research, academics, plagiarism, AI, we're having huge issues at the moment, particularly at Stellenbosch with how we deal with AI. So I was just wondering, how do we mirror that with questions around the education of AI, educating people on AI, and then educating them without AI, or in a controlled AI environment. Particularly in many global south countries, we have very young populations, populations that are still being formed, literally, psychologically still being formed, but also still being formed in the ideas of the world. And with such a changing geopolitical world, that feels like a huge concern, particularly around research, which we use research in a lot of what we do as students, and it can be very difficult to tell when this is AI, when this is legitimate research. And yeah, just questions around the regulation and operational aspect of that, especially with agentic AI, which are then able to create their own. Thank you.
Thank you very much for all 4 wonderful questions. We have actually somewhere sub-questions, so we have 5 questions and less than 3 minutes. So this will be like for speakers to just grab whichever they want. And just to remind you, we had a question about quantum computing, about education, to make people understand that LLMs are no magic, but only a tool. We had questions about morality building AI, and how the social experience can be, social media experience can be adopted in AI. Did we get any wiser with the technology? And plagiarism in academia with AI and using AI wisely. And I see Anna raising her hand. Go ahead, Anna.
I would like to answer to the education question. And in fact, there's something where we humans are really, we can't compete with AI in terms of speed, we can't compete in terms of pattern recognition. Where we can compete is in something called cognitive flexibility. So we have the humans, we have the ability to discern judgment, to look at things from different perspectives. And this is actually one of the controls that we have to build into these agentic AI systems, that we bring in human oversight, we bring in judgment where it's necessary. And the interesting thing is, you can teach cognitive flexibility through spatial intelligence. And spatial intelligence, by the way, is something that you develop between the ages 2 and 8. And in those ages, it's very important that we don't just hand out devices to our children, but that we teach them to, build Lego blocks, like really develop that spatial intelligence, because that helps us to build that cognitive flexibility muscle, which is so needed in this AI world. And that is what we need to teach. Like my research is all about cognitive resilience and digital mindfulness, and those are life skills we have to bring into the schools across campaigns in the country to teach the vulnerable, not just the kids, but also the elderly or whoever else, is actually everyone that's dealing with these tools, right?
Thank you, Anna.
I wanted to take up this question of ethics in technology that Catherine raised. I think this is a very, very important question, how do we bring morality into the use of technology? Learning from the internet usage example, the societal impact of these aspects, and how do we apply these lessons learned to technology? And one of my favorite examples is to talk about the HeLa question, which was when an African woman was without her, American woman was without her consent, her cellular tissue was used to be duplicated in labs. And in fact, most cellular technology till today is based on HeLa and without her permission. So I think that's a very important example of how ethics can be brought in, how permission, and it took 60 years for the government to apologize to this woman and her family. So I just mentioned that as an example of how technology far advances and outweighs the morality of situations.
Thank you very much for the wise words, Lata. It's been a wonderful conclusion to our conversation today. Our time is up, so we will have to close our panel. But thank you to all the panelists for insightful conversation. It's been a tremendous pleasure to be part of it. Thank you to the audience for shared commentary and your questions. And I wish you a wonderful rest of the days and panels in Cape Town. Thank you.
Thank you. That's an excellent start to the morning. And thank you. I can see that all of you have had your coffee. The questions were excellent. Please keep that going. We're asking you for just a little bit more of your time and attention as on day 3. Now, before we move to the next session, can I request you all to get a photo? And we will have a special announcement, but we'll wait for that. So, we'd like to take a minute of your time and introduce to you the Innovation Island Summit. The Innovation Island Summit is a policy dialogue that we host in Sri Lanka. And interestingly, it was conceived during Cape Town Conversation last year through a conversation that took place outside somewhere in the corridors. An idea was sparked. It is also one of our 3 flagship Global South dialogues that we host, along with the Jakarta Futures Forum and, of course, the Cape Town Conversation. The second edition of the conference will take place next year, and we have a short video on it.
Sometimes a conversation becomes more than words. In Cape Town, it became action. What began at the Cape Town Conversation in 2024 did not end in a conference hall. It sparked a movement. From that spark, the Innovation Island Summit was born. In February 2025, Sri Lanka welcomed nations, leaders, innovators in a landmark summit graced by the President, the Prime Minister, and the country's highest leadership. Ideas met opportunity, and possibilities took flight. Then, the impact deepened. In June, the great statesman himself, President Thabo Mbeki, visited Sri Lanka for the first time. He met with President Dissanayake, ministers, entrepreneurs, youth leaders, and ordinary Sri Lankans whose stories shaped the nation. he traveled to the island's deep south to lay the foundations of the Thabo Mbeki Rural Library, a gift of knowledge for generations yet to come. And the promise of a library that was made on the 29th of June to rural school children in southern Sri Lanka was fulfilled just a few days ago, when the village library was officially opened by South Africa's High Commissioner to Sri Lanka. The echoes of the conversation in Cape Town were heard across the world. And now, those echoes return. The second edition of the Innovation Island Summit in beautiful Sri Lanka. Conversation in action. This is just the beginning.
So we really hope that you'll be able to join us for it next year. And from that to our next conversation, which is on island states. It is called Navigating Uncertainty, Island Voices in the Indian Ocean. The speakers for the session are Malshini Senaratne, Lecturer, University of Seychelles, Director, Ecosol, Consulting Seychelles. Janita Badul, Senior Policy Advisor, Sustainable Programs and Projects, Chief Directorate, International Governance and Resource Mobilization in South Africa. Shivan Daniel, Executive Group Director at Capital Maharaja Group, Sri Lanka. And as I say that, I should acknowledge that Shivan Daniel is our invaluable partner at the Innovation Island Summit and one of the persons who had the conversation that led to the dialogue. The moderator for this session is Erin Watson, who is Managing Director, Baker & York, Australia. Over to you, Erin.
Take me to my love. I've been waiting on him long enough. Got my hand out to him, lead me to the place where
low, aren't they? Very
no one can erase that we were there. Then me and my love set me loose and I'll go over and
I left out one speaker by mistake. We do have Aisha Rafia, who's joining us. She's Regional Director, Global Peace Institute, Vice President, Maldives Development Alliance.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much to Nana, and thank you very much to the whole ORF team for having me here today. And a real delight to have this panel with us for this conversation about island states. And as someone who lives on a very, very big island on the other side of the Indian Ocean, we've got a conversation here that stretches all the way across through Seychelles, through Sri Lanka, through the Maldives, and over to South Africa. So thank you all for being here with us for this conversation. And a great segue from the Innovation Island Summit in Sri Lanka. I can say it was a fantastic dialogue. Thanks for having us there as well. So this panel is about navigating uncertainty navigating uncertainty, and really hearing from people who live in this region and unpacking what some of those challenges are at the moment. So I'm thinking, things like climate change, the blue economy, how that can address some of those climate change issues, security, geopolitics. This is all sort of happens here in the Indian Ocean, and my panellists here are going to help us really understand what they're doing to address some of these challenges. So I'll start with Aisha, who is from the Maldives, and I'd really like to hear from you, perhaps a starting point for this conversation around climate and security challenges, and perhaps you could contextualise this from the Maldives perspective for us.
Thank you so much. Am I audible? Okay. Thank you, ORF, for giving me this opportunity, and also thank you, President Thabo Mbeki here. And my question is, how can island states climate security challenges in regional leadership, right? Okay, as an island state, we do not experience climate and security as two different files. They happen to us at the same time on the same shoreline. So the Maldives is perhaps the world's clearest example of how a small nation can lead with big conviction. We are the lowest lying nation on the planet, yet we are also the strongest climate voices on the table. So one of the defining moments was when the President Nasheed held an underwater cabinet meeting in 2009. It was one of the defining moments, and it was something as a warning to the world that if the largest countries and the largest emitters doesn't stop this, doesn't reduce, islands like us, countries like us could vanish. So right now, as we speak, we know that climate change is real. And we know that we have done, as a leader, whatever that we could. We built one of the world's most sustainable tuna fisheries. We banned single-use plastics in stages. We've invested in coral restorations. We protected our marine areas, and we also is one of the examples of eco-friendly tourism. So we adopted this early because we don't have the luxury of delaying this. And this is, as we speak, we know that 97% of the country does not have any fresh water. And 80% of our budgets are going to water desalination, climate mitigations. So this is not fair for us as a small country because we are like the passive smokers of the emissions that we did not burn. And this is coming from the bigger nations, which they are addicted to carbon emissions. So as a small country, we know that we've led and we could be one of the leaders leading this over the tables. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Ashith. And it's been very clear that the Maldives has had a very forward posture on addressing some of these issues and bringing that reality to the fore. So it's really interesting to hear your perspective on that. Malshi, let's go over to the Seychelles, another beautiful place. Can you contextualise this from a climate and security perspective in the Seychelles, and what is the Seychelles doing to address some of these challenges?
All right, perfect. Thank you very much, Erin. Good morning, everyone. Very similar to my colleague here from the Maldives, Seychelles has never lived in a period of certainty. So for us, navigating uncertainty, that is a lived reality. Coming from the Seychelles, I can tell you that pretty much all of our challenges is an experience that is basically being shared across the region. So let me just share with you some of the challenges. We are extremely remotely located in the Indian Ocean. The population of the Seychelles, believe it or not, is 120,000 people. That's it. And so you would immediately understand the constraints that come about as a result of having that small population base. We are also very overly reliant on two very narrow economic bases, being tourism and fisheries. And against that backdrop, you've now got us experiencing disproportionately the negative impacts of climate change. But what we've done, and I think what we've done very well, is that we've taken these vulnerabilities and we've tried to turn them into opportunities for leadership. So around 2015, 2018, the Seychelles turned to its ocean space in order to transform its sustainable development pathway. So just as background, we have 455 square kilometers of land, but we have an exclusive economic zone of 1.3 million square kilometers of water. So we are much more water than land when it comes to the Seychelles Islands. And what we tried to do when we launched our Blue Economy model back then was we tried to embrace three approaches. equity for everyone, so leave no one behind in our development pathway, economic growth for everyone as well, but that should be balanced with environmental conservation. And essentially, what we've also tried to do with our model is that we try to find pioneering ways to move forward. So in 2015, we launched the world's first blue bond. This was valued at $15 million, and we also had a debt for nature swap. Blended financing, innovative approaches, because the Seychelles is considered to be a high-income country, one of the few to form part of Africa, and therefore we are not eligible for concessional financing. And secondly, we also declared 30% of our waters a marine protected area, much along the lines of what Maldives is trying to do. So we reached that SDG target about 10 years ahead of when we were supposed to. But all of this has been done with partnerships. So what we have found in Seychelles is that together we're going to go much further. Thank you, Erin.
Yeah, I think that's a really great segue into, thinking about partnerships, because as small island states, right, like you can't go it alone. You're going to have to partner together. Malshi, can you unpack some of those partnerships and what the Maldives is focused on from a partnership framework? Seychelles.
Both
all
islands.
my countries wrong today. I was doing that earlier as well.
Both
Anyway.
islands are gorgeous, so it's perfectly understandable. For Seychelles, what we found is that the partnerships that work for us are partnerships that are very smart, partnerships that are nimble, mission-driven, if you will. And these kinds of partnerships also help us provide stability to the region. So I'll give you a few examples. I'll use some of the larger partners as well, which is obviously India. A massive partner for the Seychelles, has assisted us in a number of different sectors, be it infrastructure, maritime security, education and training. Sri Lanka as well has set up a route between which Seychelles students can get maritime education through Sri Lankan institutions. And then we come down to the regional partnerships, those that are extremely nimble, those that require a level of collaboration that is perhaps that's not been seen perhaps before. And to this, I will point to our closest neighbor, Mauritius. You would anticipate that we share the same problems, being very close partners. But what we have done is that we have signed a joint maritime agreement to actually work together in our shared extended continental shelf. So it's one of the first that's been signed for the Indian Ocean. It's been there for about a couple of years now. And it speaks to the level of collaboration that can happen between countries that are like-minded and kind of follow a rules-based order, if you will.
Mm-hmm. Do you partner much with Australia at all?
That is such a good question. And I'm really glad you raised it.
That's the reason
I'm really
I
glad
ask
you raised
is,
it.
we now have a special envoy for Indian Ocean affairs.
Yes, you do.
And it's an interesting role that's been appointed because there's so much scope in that, right? And that's something that, there's opportunity there for further partnerships where if we're not already engaging, that's a pathway now that we actually didn't have before for partnerships.
Agreed and agreed, and something that is worth exploring further. With Australia, it's really just education opportunities that's being afforded to Seychelles students right now. There's a lot of us over there in Australia getting our higher education degrees, but it's a fantastic opportunity for more advancement, absolutely.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that one. Okay, let's move over here now to South Africa. And I'm really interested to hear from you, Danitha, about some of how you see this island conversation that we're having here from South Africa's perspective, because you mentioned earlier that you have many uninhabited islands. You've got a range of security issues that you're facing here as well in that context. So what's your perspective and what's your take on some of these issues that you're trying to navigate here from a South African perspective?
Thanks for that, Erin, and good morning to you. Well, actually, in terms of South Africa, we're definitely not a small island developing state. We do own islands, but purely for research purposes. So we have 2 islands which are actually fall within the responsibility of the Ministry for Forestry, Fisheries, and the Environment, and that's Marion and Guff Islands. So we don't have permanent inhabitants on those islands, and usually you have research voyages taking place, surveys, etc., because the biodiversity is obviously, it's a pristine environment, intact, etc. And then we have Robben Island, which is also a tourist destination, and it's like 10 to 12 kilometers out of Cape Town. With regard to safety and security, I mean, one of the challenges that we've had, given the fact that we have an exclusive economic zone of more than 1.5 million kilometers into the ocean, is, for example, abalone poaching.
Yep.
And abalone's a marine species that takes very long to grow to reach a point where they can be harvested. And more specifically, we have a lot of Asian countries that see it as a delicacy. And as a result, the abalone population has been diminishing. So this has been one of our major challenges. So we've been actually delving into drone technology to actually see how this could actually help us. And it's been quite successful for some time. It just depends on the potential of these drones as well. But over and above that, in terms of the economics, I mean, we launched our Operation Pakisa looking at the blue economy way back in 2014. And in terms of cooperation between, for example, Mauritius and Seychelles, we have a lot of South Africans as tourists, going to the islands itself. So from a responsible global citizen perspective, obviously being part of or party to many of the international conventions, it's our responsibility to ensure, for example, ending single-use plastic, looking at microplastics, on land or land-based litter management, which invariably ends up into our watercourses and then into the ocean itself. Ensuring that our population, marine populations, we have surveys that we undertake in terms of the humpback whale, the African penguin, etc. So it's an ongoing activity that the department, obviously in collaboration with other ministries, are quite keen to, which have been pursuing and quite keen to do it in the future as well. But regionally, I think cooperation's invaluable. You have to take into consideration, especially with marine plastic litter, if you have regional cooperation, it has to be something that is on an ongoing basis, and each country has to play its part. Because if you're looking for the end goal in terms of limiting plastic pollution, marine plastic pollution, or marine litter for that matter, you have to ensure that each country in that region is playing its part. Or you're going to miss the end goal, and that's to prevent marine pollution at the end of the day. But I think let me stop here and we'll continue.
I think that point that you made there about partnerships and everybody playing their role is interesting. I want to be a little bit provocative and ask you, where are the gaps in that cooperation? And if you were to say this is where we as South Africa need more support in terms of being effective in the region in some of these key areas like plastics, where are those gaps now?
I think many in the room who may be familiar with the Intergovernmental Negotiating Committee, negotiations actually stalled. And that's an international, a process that was driven. South Africa is very proactive and participatory in that regard. So from that perspective, the messaging that's being sent, through obviously affected or lobby parties who have otherwise, interests in terms of still pursuing petrochemicals and ensuring that plastic's here to stay, you're going to be having those challenges. But from a security perspective, given the fact that we have such an exclusive economic zone which spans quite far, I think patrolling becomes one of the limitations, and I think maybe with the small island developing states, you would have similar challenges in terms of patrolling your exclusive economic zones and ensuring that you don't have illegal poaching, etc., taking place. Nonetheless, I think the cooperation that kicks in with international partnerships is where we can actually have a success story coming out of it. The International Maritime Organization, together with Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN, they've been quite vocal in that regard. They've been partnering with countries in terms of minimizing or trying to reduce marine litter, etc. So both from a security perspective as well as from a climate sustainability perspective, the measures that we put in place requires that type of regional as well as international cooperation.
Yes, yeah, that's very interesting reflection. I'm going to go a little bit further over the Indian Ocean back our way to Sri Lanka, kind of our way. They're still quite far from us, but sort of, to Sri Lanka. So Shivan, I think Sri Lanka's at a very interesting inflection point in time at the moment. You're also a bit of a geopolitical hotbed as well. There's a lot of competition playing out in Sri Lanka, and the security of Sri Lanka is really essential to the security of South Asia as well, and I know that Australia sees Sri Lanka in that way as well. Tell us a little bit about this geopolitics and how this is playing out, and what some of those challenges are in Sri Lanka.
Thank you, Erin, and I'd like to respectfully recognize the presence of President Mbeki, and also appreciate the opportunity ORF presents to have these difficult conversations. I think just the Africans in this room will understand the centuries of conflict that you've experienced because of the resources, the treasures that you have beneath your soil. And I think it's a different continent, but in a sense, the same struggle. But except that the challenge is slightly different for islands like Sri Lanka, and that our treasures are beneath the waves. And also those territories, the dichotomy here is the territories are also part of the global commons. And how do we then somehow also protect our national sovereignty whilst also ensuring freedom of navigation and things like that? And so this makes it really interesting, because if you take the example of Sri Lanka, just as Malshi mentioned, Sri Lanka's landmass is only around 65,610 square kilometers. But our exclusive economic zone extends to 500,000 square kilometers. You said Seychelles was over 1 million. Sri Lanka also lays claim to double that ocean territory, which, according to international treaty law and solid science, it should get. And so, if we are serious about returning to a rules-based order, then respect the rules. And given those circumstances, these small island states suddenly become ocean republics with access and ownership to massive amounts of natural resources. Now, why is this important? It's important because we've been talking about a new geopolitical model. On day one, we spoke about and we heard about the dismantle of an existing order and the creation of a new one. Now, if the creation of this new world order if it's been done by the creators of the old world order, and if the imperatives remain the same, then I'm not sure how different it's going to be from where we've been, a neo-colonialism in a sense. Because if AI is going to be driving this new future, then what is AI really? Is it actually artificial? Is it even intelligent? What it is really is a massive physical process, which is going to eat up and consume enormous amounts of energy in order for it to drive this process. And the only way this processing power and this energy can be sustained is if capital is poured into it. And that capital can come only from where it already exists. And so will it perpetuate a existing system and further solidify it? And how this is relevant to islands like Sri Lanka is because if the resources for these systems and for this future exists within these so-called global commons, then they're going to be contested just like Africa was contested for centuries for its resources. And so we need to understand, I think that's why I'm fearful of the future in a sense for a nation like Sri Lanka, because it's a blessing and a curse to have access to these millions and billions of dollars in resources within our territorial waters. Just to give you another example, Sri Lanka also sits beside one of the busiest ocean highways in the world. We see up to 60,000 ocean-going vessels pass by our southern coast every single year. And that's about 30 to 40% of global commerce. So a stable Sri Lanka is incredibly important for a stable world, for stable business. Now, you can take your ships further south of Sri Lanka. You can do that. You can move it maybe 30, 40 nautical miles away from Sri Lanka. But it's going to cost you billions of dollars. And so the price that Sri Lanka pays for that is enormous. Just moving it a few kilometers south will save 95% of our whales, of our marine life. The pollution is not even accounted for. 2% of global emission of CO2 is from ships. And so with 60,000 of these things passing by Sri Lanka's southern coast, a considerable amount of Sri Lanka's CO2 emissions comes from this international shipping highway. Now, it's incredibly important that Sri Lanka remains stable and strong, because even though you do pass through the EEZ, it's in our interest as well. We don't get a part of this commerce, but we understand that it's a blessing of geography that we are right next to this international maritime billion-dollar highway. And so, unfortunately, there is no way of any kind of reparation to be paid for Sri Lanka, for the, not just Sri Lanka, but the Maldives and these small, so-called small island nations that take much of the damage that is caused by these highways. So I think if we are to move forward, the one thing that I appreciate this platform is because we have the opportunity to discuss and have a seat at the table as our own destinies are being designed. And that's very important, because if that doesn't happen, and if we are continued to be looked at as small island states and not ocean republics that we are, then I'm afraid we are perpetuating a system that already exists, and how has that worked for us? So these are my thoughts. Thank you.
Oh, that's a lot of thoughts. So many thoughts. Shivan, something that, yes, yeah. I think you're probably applauding the thing that I've written down here that you just said, which was very interesting. We talk about small island states, we talk about small island developing states, and you said not thinking about us as the ocean republic that we are. And I really like that reframing of what your countries are and who you are as these sovereign countries in this region. The point you made about shipping in particular kind of goes back to another ORF conference a few weeks ago in Mumbai, where there's a lot of conversation about the way the shipping industry, it's actually quite a slow industry to change. So I can't even speak today, electrification of the shipping industry, automation of the shipping industry, it's really, really slow progress. And that's something that is obviously impacting you from an environmental perspective across a whole range of different areas. And then the other thing I really wanted to pick up on that you talked about was this new world order. And this idea of, but it was just being created by the same people, then you sort of end up in the same position. And I just wanted to point to one model of one relatively new international organisation that's trying to address this structure and how they approach multilateralism. So it's the International Fund for Public Interest Media, where they're actually co-founded by someone from the Global North and the Global South, which are also very problematic terms, as we all know. They're an international organisation in France, but also in Ghana. And they have on their council, depending on how these categories are defined, but countries from the Global South are that they're decision makers at the table. And I feel like it's one of the few new models that's emerging that's actually giving people a real stake when you are, rather than just being dominated by the same players, whether it's the US or the Global North in general. Just again acknowledging that they're all problematic terms. So I think that's a very interesting model to start to look at, and I think that's the only way any effective new multilateralism can sort of emerge. It's a very particular issue, but yeah. Anyway, I just want to make sure that everyone here has time to ask questions. So if you do have questions for our panel, please start thinking about them now. I'm going to ask a couple more questions to our panellists and then we'll turn over to the room. So if you can get your thinking caps on, that would be really, really helpful. I perhaps want to go back to you, Ashith. You were talking about, you were sort of contextualising what's happening in the Maldives. A country like yours, it doesn't have a seat at the table at the G20, for example. And what would be the one thing that the Maldives is asking from the rest of the world when it comes to, your future as a country? You used the word vanish at the beginning of our session today, which I wrote down. I thought it was a really powerful framing. What is the one thing that you need as a country in future partnerships or in the partnerships that you have?
So talking about that, I think the global frameworks and partnerships, this should go beyond declarations. It's always the black and white written, but when it comes to the partnerships and the funding, I think, we are not walking the talk. So we need more funding for this, and we need to take climate harm as something serious, because for us, national security is this, like protecting our reef is national security for us. And managing the plastic pollution is national security for us. Also, the maritime governance is my Sri Lankan counterpart said. It's national security for us. So these are the things that we cannot just separate. These files has to be together, and if there is any frameworks, this has to be aligned with the frameworks. As I said before, I wanted to emphasize that countries like us, we may be tiny, but our voices are strong. And today we are not talking from the shorelines. We have emerged, and our countries, like as I speak, our country, we are 98% literate country, and my counterpart, 98% literate country. Our people, our population may be smaller, but we have voices, and we speak for the humanity. It is today the Maldives, or Sri Lanka, or Seychelles, Mauritius, but tomorrow it is the world. So we cannot just stop and think about it or write it as frameworks or, do something on the table. But we need to move beyond these tables, beyond the declarations. We have to come forefront and do something which is practically viable. That brings, actionable, frameworks, and plus something that can be applied real lives. That is working for us. And this is not fair because, see, we are the passive smokers, as I said. We didn't burn it. And this was burned by the people who are enjoying the luxury of living, and we are suffering from that. If the world has, codes for trade, codes for finance, codes for arbitration, why not a code for the climate a tribunal for a climate harm? Because climate harm has to be taken seriously as a harm to the humanity. See, countries like us, we are tiny, but the harm that the larger emissions countries is doing is not fair for us. And it is not fair for our people. It's not fair for our generations to come, our children. We need to protect our sea because our oceans are everything for us. And we cannot just rely on funding that is coming, which is barely minimum survival. We are not beggars. And we want this court to be a tribunal where smaller countries like us can go watch to challenge the bigger nations and, get something which is in return and take this harm seriously. Because any harm to the humans is a harm, and any harm caused by this emission and climate change, this is also harm for us, and it is harm for the humanity. And I wanted this to be taken seriously by the world.
This is a very interesting topic. So from an Australian perspective, where we sit both in the Indian Ocean and the Pacific Ocean, a lot of our foreign policy and a lot of our international engagement is obviously all to do with the Pacific Islands, which experience exactly the same problems that you're all talking about. And it is existential. And that's very much on our doorstep. And the Australia Pacific Step Up is this all of government initiative and so on and so forth. And so I've got a couple of points I want to make here. One, I have a question around whether or not countries like yours on this side of the Indian Ocean are collaborating with Pacific Island countries on frameworks and action plans and what can be done, because you are facing such similar issues. And to get Australia's attention, I think sometimes it needs to be framed in that Pacific side of the conversation, although we do have this other envoy now. So I just want to park that as a question. But the other point I want to make, and again, it goes back to the Pacific and what you're talking, the susceptibility to the domestic politics of the global north is a really interesting dynamic here, because let's take the COP example last week, where Australia was leading a bid for the Pacific Islands to host COP. and Turkey put forward a bid as well, which meant there had to be a negotiation. And Australia seceded, is that the right word? They stepped back from it and said, you know what, Turkey can host it. We're just going to hold we've got some decision-making role, but it was a real sort of step back. And it was really disappointing because what that means is the Pacific doesn't get to host COP. And the reason why our Prime Minister, if I may, I believe, partly stepped back from it was because the opposition party ripped up the net zero commitment. And so they read the domestic politics and went, let's not push COP. And then the Pacific is the one that suffers. So there's this dynamic as well that I find quite interesting. And it's about ensuring that you're able to be sort of brought forward in that and not relying on Australia's domestic politics. So there's a Pacific-Indian Ocean connection there that I want to draw, but I think we might go to questions in the room now, if that's okay with our panellists, because we'd love to hear how you're thinking about these issues and what sort of questions this spurs up in your mind. So there's some microphones. I mean, we all know the drill. There's one over here. There's one over here. I think we've got someone coming to the microphone. If you want to line up at the microphone as well, we can. I think we've got plenty of time for questions. Over to you.
Okay, thank you. Masanori Kobayashi from Sasaka Peace Foundation, Japan. Thank you for the interesting discussions. And just follow up to the Maldives issues, and I would like to know more about this waste management issues. I think small island, this waste management is one of the really challenge, and particularly the country that depend on the tourisms. You have more tourists than local inhabitants, and this waste of providing food and also supplying electricities, some household items, electric appliances, all of these things, if they are not going to be used any longer in the country, there's no way to go. And I think now the Pacific Island countries are discussing how this circular economy can be embedded in the sustainable waste management or resource management. And I'm just wondering how you perceive these waste management issues, particularly in context of maybe sub-regional, regional corporations using that systems to build regional circular economy systems. Thank you.
Thank you. Why don't we take a second question and then we'll come back to our panel.
Hello, thank you everybody so much for such an interesting discussion. My name is Stella Savidis. I'm a Stellenbosch student at the university here. And I wanted to ask, particularly around tourism. In South Africa, it's one of our large industries, but equally in many island countries. So how do we balance our environmental concerns with economic effects and needing some of that economic effects? I dare separate them because it feels like it actually should be one issue that we're tackling at the same time. But particularly, I can imagine from many island nations that large resorts and international meddling, for lack of a better word, plays a large role, particularly in climate and ocean protection. And so how do we navigate that, but also how do we support island nations in discussing tourism as well as climate change and the environment as one issue that we need to solve at the same time? Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's a great question about tourism. It crosses over many of your countries. Siobhan, do you want to take that one on about tourism, and then we'll pass to Mulshi and about perhaps on the...
Sure, I think you're going to get a lot more insight from because Sri Lanka has a lot more capacity for its tourism. We are barely scratching the surface of its capacity, so we've not really, to be honest, experienced the negativities of their tourism. So we want a lot more tourists, but I think the smaller islands have experienced it right now, and they might be in a better position to answer.
Yep, so Seychelles has reached its capacity for tourism. The government has actually imposed a moratorium on large hotels on our main island, and the Seychelles has traditionally, and also through policy, only approved hotels that are 4 or 5 stars, and now we also have 7 stars. So when I tell you that we have the Waldorf, we have the Shangri-La coming in, we have the Louis Vuitton brand, we do not entertain anything below a 4-star. But that's slowly starting to change as well, because as you're well aware, a high-end tourist who's coming in to spend money in the Seychelles tends to stay in the hotel, do only what the tour operator has marked him or her down for, and then leaves the country. So very little money is actually entering the pockets of a local Seychellois. So apart from the moratorium, we are also now pushing towards eco-friendly resorts or boutique hotels with very much reduced room capacity. That's happening as well. And then Seychelles has also introduced a levy for tourists. So every night, something below $1 a night is what a tourist has to pay now to come to the Seychelles, and that money goes towards a conservation fund aimed at restoring or conserving, or even perhaps offsetting the tourists' impact in the country. But I will say that tourism remains one of the biggest sectors for the Seychelles. It is an unfortunate thing that even during COVID, the opportunity was not taken to diversify the sector further because tourist arrivals just dropped off the cliff. And some things that the government is trying to do is move away from tourism and find other ways to grow. Thanks.
Malshi, who profits then? Are they joint ventures with local companies, or does the money then, the money that within the tourism industry, like you mentioned, it's all 7-star, 5-star hotels, is that money then going somewhere else, or is it joint ventures with local Seychelles-owned companies?
So correct. There's a lot of profit that gets repatriated overseas. One of the very common problems that we face, because a lot of the chains that are coming in are obviously international. We have very little by way of local ventures that can compete or even set up the infrastructure necessary for that kind of thing. Yeah.
Aisha, did you want to have a go at either of those questions on the tourism or the waste management piece from a Maldives perspective?
I think the Maldives is doing a fantastic job in waste management. We've started long back exporting plastics, and unfortunately, a lot of plastics that land in the Maldives come from different other countries as well. Some of the countries, sadly, even now, they don't take ocean as a living, place, but they take oceans as a dumping dustbin, Some of the people, they do it, but in the Maldives, it's taken very, very seriously. We have built island community level waste management systems where the waste is changed to energy. And also, we always have beach cleanings, reef cleanings, and, as you said, like diving. There's 2 types of divings. That's the technical diving, and the leisure diving. But in Maldives, we have the reef cleaning diving. It's part of our culture. We've been always cleaning. We are one of the cleanest countries in the earth, even centuries back. And I think no one can deny it. We are small countries, but we are the paradise in the earth. And I think I've never come across anyone, when I say I'm from the Maldives, or this is in my bucket list. If anyone is here who doesn't have Maldives in their bucket list, can you please put your hands up? I would tell answers. So I think people love Maldives, and I think the larger countries who has the funds should take this seriously, that Sri Lanka, as I said, and my counterpart said, Sri Lanka has a lot of scope of, tourism, which is very true, and it's very different. And Mauritius, Seychelles, we are coming from tourist destinations, and for us, ocean is just not, a commodity, but it's our life, it's our everyday life, it's our money, it's our economy, it's our life, like everything goes to ocean. So for us, cleaning the ocean, managing the waste is #1 priority, and it is part of our national security. Thank you.
Thank you. And Janitha, you wanted to add to this one as well?
Thanks. Just to pick up on the point that Siobhan put forward in terms of the shipping sector itself. South Africa does not have its own commercial fleet, but nonetheless, we're quite a player in that space in terms of providing infrastructure. So of recent, our state-owned entities have been looking into how do they provide the infrastructure for clean fuels. And this is where the green hydrogen discussion comes in. So this is an area that in the medium to long term, South Africa will definitely be prepared to offer that type of service to shipping that's passing through the borders of South Africa. But on the point of tourism levies, we've had it in place for a very long time. In terms of eco-lodges, this is an area that South Africa also provides. It depends on what the tourist is looking for. And over and above that, in terms of sustainability principles that the hospitality sector has brought on board, from energy efficiency to water efficiency, etc., I think a lot of responsibility also depends on the tourist that's visiting that destination and how is it that they want to leave that place in terms of their footprint. Thanks.
Yep, fantastic, thank you. Do we have any other questions from our audience? We've got one over there, I think. Yep. So I've got a very bright light shining in my face from that side of the room, so it's hard to see. Over to you.
All right, good morning. My name is Julius Buchana. I'm a journalist and a foreign policy analyst from Uganda. I would like to zoom out a little bit on the topic and ask a question on the access to the sea. President Yoweri Kaguta Museveni of Uganda recently mentioned in his campaign trail that Uganda owns the Indian Ocean, yet Uganda is landlocked. And if you look at the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, Article 125 says the landlocked countries have the freedom and also should be given the freedom to access the sea through transit, security and all that. The countries that are next to the seas most of the time make trading more stringent to the countries that are landlocked. I'd like to ask a question to either Maldives or Seychelles. How have you made it easy for the countries that are maybe opposite or around the sea to make it easy for them to trade with you? Thank you so much.
UNCLOS. It's a very fun topic. Malshi. The question is around access to trade through the Seychelles. Okay. Yeah.
Right. So your question was about landlocked countries or countries close to Seychelles? Okay, I can only speak from the Seychelles experience and what we've done. I believe that we've opened up trading routes with Kenya, Ghana, South Africa, but I'm not too sure about Uganda, and I'm really sorry that my knowledge is a little bit limited on this. I only know also that access for Seychelles should not really be much of an issue because we import 90% of our goods, and we have imported chicken from Brazil. So I'm pretty sure that when it comes to mainland Africa, there shouldn't be that much of a limitation if we had like-minded partners who wanted to trade with the Seychelles. It's my opinion that access with respect to Seychelles should not be much of an issue. I will put that point forward. But I think you also asked about neighboring regions. So for us, our policy when it comes to trade and diplomatic relations is basically friends to all. Seychelles cannot afford to forego potential for partnerships. So even with our closest neighbor, Mauritius, who is also our closest competitor, but is miles away ahead of us in terms of some sectoral development, we partner more than we fight. And I'll point to two examples for this. One would be the Chagos Island issue, which Britain, I believe, has recently handed back ownership of those islands to Mauritius. However, if you look at it from a geographic point of view, Chagos does have a slight proximity closer to the Seychelles than it does to Mauritius. However, our international and diplomatic stance on this has been to support Mauritius in its advocacy for ownership of the Chagos Islands. The Seychelles has publicly supported Mauritius on this, and there is no question that for us, this will not become a point of conflict between two neighboring countries. The second is the fact that we share a continental shelf. We've signed a joint management agreement in which we are agreeing to explore and potentially develop part of our oceans together. So for us, I believe, yes, there might be a question of access in that particular perspective that you have raised, but I also believe that from the Seychelles perspective, we are open to trade.
Thanks very much. You've got 10 seconds, Shivan.
Oh, gosh. Well, okay, I'm going to give me a minute.
I can see Pulkit stood up. She's over there.
Okay. Well, very quickly, UNCLOS Article 76 basically provides rights for nations with an extended continental shelf beyond its exclusive economic zone for seabed resources But anything above that is not captured within that article. And freedom of navigation makes the whole world, gives access to the whole world to land masses anywhere between that territory. But what Sri Lanka, for example, has applied for is under the UNCLOS Article 76, which is an internationally accepted rule, that it should be given the extent of its continental shelf that naturally extends beyond its 200 miles of exclusive economic zone. Thank you.
There's your technical answer from Shivan. Thank you very much for ending our panel for us today, Shivan. I think we have to finish because ORF team are staring at me. But I do want to thank you all for your really interesting perspectives. I think that this is a really interesting conversation. There's a lot to unpack here. And so thank you all for bringing your perspectives today. Thank you for your fantastic questions. And we'll see you outside for more conversations, I hope. Thank you.
Thanks, Erin. Thank you, panelists. Please do join me at the front of the stage for a quick photograph. We'll now break for 10 minutes and meet back here for the final stretch of the conference, starting with the green decoupling, industrial policy, and the new geography of jobs.
What makes you tick-tock? What makes you fall in love? What makes you wake up? I wanna know how to turn you on. What makes you laugh a lot? What do you look for? What do you not like? I wanna know. I just wanna turn you on. I just wanna turn you on, baby. I wanna turn you on. I just wanna turn you on, baby. I wanna turn you on. I just wanna turn you on, baby. I wanna turn you on. I just wanna turn you on, baby. I just wanna turn you on. I just wanna turn you on.
If I could request everyone to take their seats, we'll be starting in 2 minutes. Okay, we'll be moving into our next session, the Green Decoupling, Industrial Policy and the New Geography of Jobs. Please join me in welcoming our esteemed set of panelists, Hoing Chong Kim, Adjunct Senior Fellow, Asan Institute for Policy Studies from the Republic of Korea, Paul Katz, Senior Vice President, Social Wealth, Gen Family Institute from the USA, Cheryl Fu, Head Economic Strategy and Investments, Middle East, OCO Global, Shova Raha, Fellow and Lead International Cooperation Council on Energy, Environment and Water from India, moderated by Parul Bakshi, Fellow Energy and Climate, ORF Middle East. Parul, over to you.
Hello. Hi. Hello and welcome to the final session before the plenary today. I'm Parul Bakshi, Fellow Energy and Climate at ORF Middle East, and it is my pleasure to be moderating this session titled The Green Decoupling, Industrial Policy and the New Geography of Jobs. I think over the past 2 days and across sessions, we've been talking about multiple aspects of green transition, and a lot of times the discussions revolve around megawatts and emissions, which of course are pertinent topics to discuss. But an often sidelined, if not overlooked aspect is the fact that green transition is also about people and opportunities. And it has been estimated that about 24 million jobs could be created by 2030. However, what are these green jobs? Where will these jobs be created? And what it means for the broader global south, which is still struggling to kind of move out from the pit to port economy. And I think it's an extremely timely discussion to kind of bring in the threads of the different conversations that we've had so far. And without further ado, please allow me to introduce the esteemed panel that we have here. So we have with us Dr. Kim, who is Adjunct Fellow at the Asan Institute for Policy Studies from the Republic of Korea. We have with us Mr. Paul Katz, who is Senior VP for Social Wealth, Jain Family Institute at the United States of America. We have with us Ms. Cheryl Fu, Head of Economic Strategy and Investments at OCO Global, Saudi Arabia. And we have with us Ms. Shova Raha, Fellow CEW, India. Thank you so much for joining us today. And let's start with the context setting in the sense of what are these green jobs, where are these green jobs coming about, and why? Like what is the broader framework? So maybe I can begin with Dr. Kim. You've worked extensively on Korea's industrial policy, and so how do you see this spanning out?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. I'm Kim Young-jo. I'm very happy to be here. Yes, I'm 3 consecutive years I was invited to the Cape Town conversation. And I love this conversation because we are more focusing on the global issues and also development issues, I think. And first of all, I'd like to emphasize that the automation, the relationship between automation or AI transition with the job creation. The automation usually take the jobs for the semi-skilled. So only unskilled and high-skilled survive after the push the automation. And now AI just taking more jobs to the upper the skilled job. So that is why now AI automation, AI transition is a kind of the danger for the high skilled as well. So this AI transition is still challenging for the labor economists. How to create the job. And then many people are talking about many things, many ideas, but I'd like to emphasize that there is no big solution to harmonize the automation and the job creation. There is the very cool and very cold, conclusion for the time being. And the second one is the green transition, relations between green transition and job. In Korea, we estimate that at least 1 million jobs will be created through the green transition in the next maybe 5 years. So it means that the green transition can create the more jobs than we can expect it in Korea. Not only for the manufacturing sector as well, but also the service, the green transition service sector as well. So in both commodity sector and the service sectors, green transition can create more brighter futures for job creation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Kim. Paul, maybe you've worked extensively in the investment landscape. So where are these jobs coming in?
Well, thank you. I mean, a really great question. I just want to say it's a tremendous pleasure to be here with you all, Mr. President. Truly an honor. I'm from a country that every day seems to be finding new problems to create and new ways to contribute to existing ones. So it really is wonderful to be in a space where the energy is positive, where despite challenges, there's a lot of optimism and a drive to create new things. Truly an honor and a pleasure to be here. So I want to focus specifically on the question of where are these green jobs, and I want to think about kind of two sites that I think are particularly relevant to these questions. First, mines, right, and specifically sites of extraction of critical minerals, and then special economic zones, which are parts of the strategies of many countries represented here and in the world in general. So with regard to mining and critical mineral extraction in general, I think this is certainly going to be the site of many, quote, green jobs, but these are jobs that are only green in the sense that they are contributing to green value chains, to sustainable value chains. Ultimately, the jobs themselves are about as dirty and dangerous as they come. And so I think what is really critical is that when we think about the role of labor in mining and in extraction, we need to ensure that actually those sites of extraction are at the center of our thinking and our strategizing. Mining, the economics of mining are incredibly challenging, right? Like in the world of finance, there's a term for the smaller junior miners that actually do most of the exploration and extraction, and it's ESCOs, where S is a four-letter word that you wouldn't say to your grandmother. It's a really, really rough kind of economic proposition. And unfortunately, there are a lot of very high fixed expenses involved. It's actually labor where generally there's pressure to reduce expenditures, right? So everything about this scenario, I think, does not favor labor at the site of critical mineral extraction. So I just think having that at the front of our minds is very important. And we need to think strategically about how to actually capture value from critical mineral extraction itself. So there are many reasons why this is challenging. Timelines are long. Commodity prices are extremely volatile. Lithium was mentioned in the framing of this panel, and of course, as many of us know, lithium prices are currently about 10% of where they were in 2022. They're extremely volatile. Demand is heavily imbued with tech risk because timelines are so long. In fact, you could be investing in new mines, and by the time you're actually beginning production, technologies have shifted, so demand is radically different. So big public bets on downstreaming don't necessarily pay off. And that means, I think, that we need to make sure that the fundamentals come first, and that's designing royalty and tax systems that are responsive to price cycles, but that guarantee a kind of consistent revenue for the state, avoiding open-ended tax holidays and unnecessary incentives, regulating environmental and social harms to make sure that these sites are reasonable places for people to work, implementing local content systems that center local employment and procurement and actually encourage the creation of these procurement systems that favor local SMEs, so making sure that there's interface with local entrepreneurs. And I think there are many, many governments that lose more value through weak royalty regimes and poorly designed tax incentives and leakages than they ever gain from unrealized or unprofitable downstream plans and ambitions. And then just very briefly on the point of special economic zones, I thought it was going to be really quick, but now I'm seeing the time is just ticking away. I just want to note that these are tools that so many countries are employing, but they're really not helpful if they are just enclaves, if they are basically little pieces of another country, say a little piece of Germany or China on the African coast. That's actually not going to deliver benefits to the local economy. So they really have to be embedded in local economies, and they need to have programs for SME inclusion squarely in their DNA. it's very important that there be supplier development programs that ensure that local firms can actually win procurement contracts. It's very important to have facilities that small and medium enterprises can access so that what would in other contexts be large, prohibitively expensive capital expenditures can instead be leasing agreements. So I just want to emphasize that these sites where green jobs are going to be created, they have to be designed to ensure that those are reasonable jobs and that SMEs are included as well.
Thank you. Thanks, Paul. I absolutely agree with you on the point on SEZs being embedded within the local economy. And I think, let me bring Cheryl. You've had experience advising the government, and I think a lot of points that Paul mentioned, I could see you agreeing. So yeah, please, what is your take on this?
Thank you. I completely concur with Paul. And I think when sovereigns and governments structure economic development investments into certain industries, the operating spine is incredibly important. So what Paul said around local value capture and sharing, the integration of skills transfer, these things should be in your final investment term sheet, really. And I don't really see that a lot in the Global South. They may make placeholder comments like, oh, you need to hire 10% that are local, but they don't translate into high-value economic jobs. So I think my intervention here, I'll just quickly summarize. The main point I want to make is with regards to good quality versus quantity of jobs. So primarily, when we approach the green transition, we understand it will create millions of jobs, but how do we look at it from an economic development and investment architecture perspective, right? So who will capture the good jobs, the value chains, and also the industrial capabilities of the future? So good jobs can only emerge when countries actually climb the economic value chain. So I'll speak more about this, but essentially the whole thesis is how do you anchor competitive value chains in your country? So the quality of good jobs really depends on where in the green value chain you want to compete and participate in. The emergence of the green jobs will have three primary layers. The first layer is basic deployment jobs. So these are necessary but not transformative. Talking about solar and wind installation, grid upgrades, EV charging rollout. These kind of jobs are one-off because once the project is built, then you don't necessarily develop national capabilities around that. So they absorb labor, they increase the quantity, but they don't build national capability. And the second layer is operations and technicians. So this is good because it's the stabilizing middle. So here you have grid technicians, hydrogen, safety, O&M roles, instrumentation. These create a middle-skilled, middle-income workforce. So I think a lot of the Global South is in this middle layer. So it's essential, but it's not enough. And the third layer is high-value industrial jobs. So this is where real economic transformation happens and where your country can develop national competitiveness. So I'm talking about high-value parts of the value chain like battery chemicals, power electrodes, electrolyzer systems, hydrogen engineering, things like that. So these are jobs that are very hard to automate. And they are also quite transferable from legacy industries like mining or oil and gas, where I work in Saudi Arabia now. And more importantly, they're globally tradable and linked to export markets. So really development happens only when countries move into this third layer. And we see Chile already trying to do this with lithium. They want to move away from exporting ore and to actually move a bit downstream to processing and refining as well. Morocco is also linking renewables to EV supply chains as their competitive advantage. And Saudi Arabia is connecting green hydrogen, green steel, and electric vehicles. So I'll speak more about how to unlock these good jobs later, but I think that's my summary for now, yeah.
Thank you, Cheryl. I think the three layers that you put forth really brings things into perspective. Shubha, does India have the third layer of jobs? What are these green jobs? There's a lot of initiative that has been taken. Are we in the right direction?
Okay, first of all, you asked right in the beginning, what is a green job, right? What is a green economy that we're talking about? Yes. There is a technical definition. A job is green if it reduces the amount of resources a conventional job would use, or it reduces the greenhouse gas emissions. So it has a very limited but defined quality to it. Now, today we are taking out, CEW is taking out India's first national green jobs directory, if you will. We've tried to map what could be India's 2047 green jobs in three categories. That's energy transition, circular economy, and bioeconomy and nature-based solutions. And within that, we've mapped 36 value chains. So some of these are battery and EVs and so on.
Circular economy has your waste management, recycling, and then you have bioeconomy, nature-based services. So agroforestry, some of the forest producers, etc., comes in that. As you've heard when I've listed, these are very limited areas. Much of these, I would say, are not even completely in the value chain terms green. So if you take a solar panel, the diodes are not green, the wiring is not green, the materials are not green. The manufacturing of the solar panel itself is a green process. So when you start doing that to an economy, to my mind, if we are going towards net zero, all of us, and our definitions are so limited, our mapping is also not scientific beyond a point that is convenient to us. After a point, it becomes inconvenient. Scope 3 cannot be mapped. The MSME chains are very complex. They cannot be tracked. The supply chains across the world are so diverse. They're not tracked across jurisdictions. So what we are starting to do right now is limit ourselves to the very top layer, which we're saying that these are the green jobs. I mean, I work in the Council on Energy, Environment, and Water, and that is not a green job. Even that is not a green job. So first definition, I mean, I really feel that there is scope for us to completely relook at what is a green job. The second thing that comes over here as a challenge is the economic sectors in which it operates. These are not high-value sectors. And an economically successful country between low-value, medium-value, and high-value goods, you would want to go up the trend. And something that we're projecting for the future is kind of taking us back to the low-value goods, saying these are rurally there, these are MSME things, these are good for the economy. But where I find a problem with this is when you take aspirational economies, we're talking of the demographic dividend, which are young people. Young people's aspirations, in the same chair, 2 sessions ago we had AI. 1 session ago we had the Island Nation, and I was listening to them, and their definition of green economy, if I had to do it for a Seychelles or a Maldives, the hospitality industry would have to be a green economy, or the reef management system has to be green, and these are not something that we are mapping over here at all. So in the valuation of your goods in your GDP system or your economic system, where is the green economy? How relevant is it? That's the second problem. We have mapped, now India wants to be a developed country by 2047. We call it Viksit Bharat, which means developed India. But in addition to being a developed economy, we want to be a developed society, which involves quality of life, quality of jobs, etc., not just income per capita and so on and so forth. We've also declared net zero by 2070. Now, if we do this, our study today that we are launching, and I want to show it here, this fat book over here, I've got only one of, is a state-level mapping of green jobs. This is one of our states, Odisha. We have now done it for the country as at a whole. We are looking at around 48 million green jobs by 2047. And you are saying 24 million by 2030. So it kind of lines up. We have a lot of population. And we're looking at about $1 trillion in green job quantification, again, by 2047. I want to contextualize these numbers because by 2047, India will have about 1.5 billion people, already have 1.5 billion, out of which we're only projecting 48 million to be in a green job of this definition. India is projected to be a $25 trillion economy if we go on the current growth trajectory to a $50 trillion economy if we have a high growth trajectory. Green jobs are looked at as $1 trillion of that. That is the delta between us being a sustainable economy overall to being a green economy. And this is where I think the research needs to come in. Our structuring of future industries need to be different, how we look at and how do we green every part of the value chain. So I'm going to share with you in the next round a very interesting study we've done on the coal sector jobs, which will bring us to the geography of jobs. I mean, what makes people move in search of jobs? So when we went, let's say India had the brain drain in the 80s, we went to foreign countries. We were greener than ever before because we had no development. So we had no emissions, so we were pretty green. But that's not what defines an aspirational livelihood. Why do people want jobs? That answer has to be the rationale for making a job green and not the other way.
Thank you so much, thanks. I think the key takeaway from the discussion so far has been that the definition of these green jobs has to be in line with the broader national strategies going forth. And also the demographic dividend lies within the global south. So it is about focusing on the aspirational jobs, as you mentioned. So it's not just about creating jobs and which jobs are we defining as green, but are they in line with the broader nationalistic goals? So Dr. Kim, you've done extensive work on Korea's role, not just domestically, but also how Korea has been focusing on ensuring a win-win situation within the broader global south. Could you share some of that experience with us, please?
Okay, very briefly, because the time is quite limited. 3 days ago, we had the G20 here in South Africa and in Johannesburg. And then actually, Korea prepared for many things to pronounce something in Africa. It's a great, very, very symbolic. And so I'd like to elaborate some more about this initiative that Korea, South Korea want to build. The first one is co-investment with the African countries. So co-investment, but not just a general one, but the high-value segment of supply chain. That is very important one. Because now we're talking about the supply chain resilience, and then Korea is really eager to establish the more stable supply chain, especially in the upstream areas of the supply chain with the African countries and also developing and other developing countries as well. The second one is a package deal, a package of the technology, financing, and training people. So 3. So technology, financing, training packages. We are really interested in this kind of extensive and bundle packages. So I think that we will elaborate some more about these packages in the very near future. And third, there is a regional green industrial hub. What I'm talking about the region and this ramification is that not just a local region, but international level, such as ASEAN battery corridors, East African green hydrogen cluster, or Latin American lithium to battery valleys is something very broad things of the regional green industrial hubs can be created. Because the only one we cannot implement something about just confined to just one nation. And then Korea is really interested in the establishing and supporting this kind of regional green industrial hubs. The last one is financial de-risking. That's really deep, important things. Of course, there are many financial experts here, but I want to emphasize that through the blended, finance and demand guarantees, then I think that we can elaborate some more things about how to make easy the financing in these areas. So, this is, green decoupling is about the co-designing a green economy. In which competitiveness and inclusiveness reinforce each other. We should do that, something like that. So, I think that Korea, as well as other countries, really interested in establishing this kind of things. Thank you.
Thank you. So co-investing and co-designing. Paul, you've been working on social wealth. So where on the spectrum of social wealth and what you earlier mentioned about the jobs at the mines, but how do we create it beyond that? How do we add to the value creation, and what is the role of investment strategies in enabling that for the global south?
Well, yeah, thank you so much for the question. It's kind of a dangerous one because this is what I like to talk about most in the whole world. So I'm going to try to keep it together here. Social wealth, as I understand it, basically refers to public assets like sovereign wealth funds and public pensions and public development finance institutions and their balance sheets that I think should be treated as a collective inheritance that is used, deployed to catalyze green industrialization. That might sound kind of obvious, but actually, to my mind, there are aspects of this that are actually quite controversial, especially when you're dealing with more orthodox thinkers in the world of finance, but that I actually think could be some of the sort of more positive dimensions of this idea of green decoupling. It's like one way that I think it could be really valuable for countries like many of those represented here to decouple a bit is to mobilize domestic resources more strategically in ways that are less bound to risk assessments that come from abroad. So, you know, I mean, we've heard again and again that risk perceptions and the country risk premia in countries like South Africa, Brazil, Indonesia, India are really overblown. They're not rooted in objective fact. And there are so many pieces of evidence. You know, we know from the Global Emerging Markets database of 15,000 loans from multilateral development banks that, you know, the default rates implied by sovereign credit ratings in these countries are about 3 times higher than objective risk as measured by real default rates. We know that insurance is called on by creditors more often in the United States than in Africa. So, you know, there's so many pieces of evidence here. And, you know, I think finding ways to mobilize these domestic resources in service of national development goals, sort of independent of this broader world, in ways that can catalyze investment by other investors is really, really critical. And, you know, sovereign wealth funds have been very useful to this effect. You know, I think Africa is maybe the most interesting geography for new development-focused sovereign wealth funds. There are now 15 sovereign wealth funds here on the continent that comprise the Africa Sovereign Investors Forum that meets annually, just met in Lagos, is going to be meeting in Luanda next year. And, you know, it's a really great space for co-investment. Lots of great things are happening. FONSIS, the sovereign wealth fund in Senegal, is co-investing in renewables and infrastructure with a focus on SMEs and women-led enterprises. The TSFE in Egypt has been building partnerships with Saudi Arabia, with Abu Dhabi, to really channel a lot of investment in strategic industries. So I think there's a lot of opportunity there. There's also something, because we're here in South Africa, that I really want to mention, that I think it's really important to sort of value. I mean, there are so many things that are unique and exceptional about South Africa, and one of those is the infrastructure that exists here for mobilizing domestic pension resources for development. That's really unique here in South Africa. Regulation 28 actually permits up to 45% of public pension resources, which are managed, by the way, by Africa's by far largest asset manager, the Public Investment Corporation, which I understand can, you know, there are many opinions around it, but I think it's really important to recognize just how unique and remarkable this $140 billion public asset manager is. You know, 45% of public pension resources can go to development. In reality, only about 2% do. So, you know, there's lots and lots of room to increase this actual mobilization, but the structure is there. There are specialized investment firms like 91, which exist to offer solutions that in most of the world countries would be eager to have, and we don't have anything like this in the United States. So, you know, I think we're thinking, you know, about IBSA plus Indonesia is kind of one grouping that's come up a lot. It was in the plurilateralism discussion last night. I think that is a really, really interesting geography for thinking what are strategies to mobilize these public pension resources across these countries, because each of those 4 countries brings part of the solution to the mix. You know, South Africa, we've got Regulation 28, we've got this great ecosystem. Brazil has an amazing national development bank, which I think is the model for the world. You know, India has one of the most interesting infrastructure-focused sovereign wealth funds. I think, you know, you've got the elements together, put them together, build the playbook, and, you know, let's get cross-investment happening across these 4 countries and beyond.
Thank you, Paul. I think finance has been this consistent bone of contention during this discourse. Cheryl, let me bring you in. Do you agree with what Paul says, that the ingredients are there, public finance is there, it just needs to be better utilized and directioned better? What is your take on this?
I completely concur again with Paul. I think in my daily experience in Saudi Arabia working on national industrial investments, particularly the point on risk premiumization, constantly I have to negotiate with external Western investors who put the risk premium at 5 times, and we're like, that's ridiculous, and so on. So this is a very real lived everyday experience for me, so I agree with that. I want to talk a little bit about what kind of framework will enable countries to leverage what he just said, the development trajectory for just transition, but more importantly, in my field of work, how do they actually become green industrial champions? So I think there are 3 main areas. The first is strategic focus, institutional coherence, and most importantly, investable industrial platforms. So that's what Paul alluded to, where you have all the elements together, just put it together. But how do they put it together is what I want to get at. But starting first with strategic focus. So this is a very Singapore Economic Development Board discipline type of styles. Just pick 3 to 5 bets, not 20, and base it on your national competitive advantage. So discipline is very important here. The question is not just what is possible, but the question is where can you be globally competitive? And that's why I keep talking about anchoring specific high-value value chains in your country. The second is institutional coherence. So you need to build a sovereign operating spine. And this is where Singapore's experience, again, is very relevant, because in order to attract global investors in the green industries, you need an APEX whole-of-government unit that basically aligns your industrial policy, your climate goals, your investment, skills, workforce development, finance, etc. So there needs to be a horizontally integrated single point of contact for global investors so that the government operates as one voice. And the second is you need a lead execution agency for that. So countries, I would say, in the Global South, in our experience, have got lots of good intent in their policy development, but very fragmented delivery, and global investors see this immediately, and that's why they price the premium of risk so high. So coherence is competitiveness. The last but not least, and the most important actually, and I'll quickly summarize this, is to create platforms. So this is the real investment test of investors. It's not just looking, oh, can I build a factory for hydrogen production, materials, or EV, lithium battery cathodes, and things like that. Investors don't just come for one-off subsidies from the government, they actually come for ecosystems. And again, the Singapore playbook here is a reference that I use in my work in Saudi Arabia as well, where first of all, you anchor the investor. So think about it as a queen bee approach. You find the queen bee of the industry that you want, and you do all you can to anchor that. So that's what I mean by strategic focus. Just focus on one, I said 3 to 5, but basically just really one main queen bee. Then they will build a hive around that, the value chain around that. So you get one credible global player, you anchor them there, you build a cluster around it, surround them with suppliers, R&D, training institutes. So I think this training institutes point is quite important, because you talk about green decoupling and green jobs creation, and it's all about attracting foreign investment, attracting foreign companies to come and set up shops so you can do skills transfer. But you don't think about ensuring that your workforce is prepared in parallel. So in Singapore, for example, at the EDB, if I were to design an industry around advanced mobility, for example, I would already have talked to the education institutes to ensure that Singapore's workforce has degree programs to support that, because the industry will come online 10 years later. So it's this kind of sequencing that's quite important, I would say, in the green transition. But last but not least, platform creation. So building a regionally competitive hub and platform. What I mean by platform and bundling logic is that you don't just have a one-off project or factory. You really have a whole sequence platform logic where you also tie it to cross-sector applications, you tie it to workforce development, like I've said, you tie it to national outcomes like job creation, GDP uplift, institutional uplift, things like that. And you service it through this one government voice that I told you about just now, and that then becomes your offering to investors, because investors want fast, quick, easy, and convenient. And when they have to navigate all the different fragmented government agencies, most of the time they leave. So that's been my experience. Yeah.
Thank you, Cheryl. So it's all about national competitiveness, which focuses on an ecosystem-based creation. And does India have a queen bee?
You know, I'm going to come down from national to a person, because a job is about a person, right? And the nations can be doing whatever at a theoretic level. I think once you go down to the people, people want jobs that give them certain quality of life. People have no particular thought process about a green job or a not green job. They want a job. How you make your job lucrative is where the national mission is. And that is where the political will is, and that is where the public acceptance is. So having national missions that don't reflect individual aspiration, and I keep going back to this, because when we went to the ground, and we did a study of 1,000 coal workers and their skilling people and their managers and employers, first of all, 90% of them are educated. Of that, there is the highest paid such job. So when we keep saying, reskill them, you cannot reskill them and downgrade them. A solar job is a lower quality job than a coal mine high-level managerial job, right? And a solar manager. So they would not want to downgrade themselves. We saw that when we mapped even the laborers of coal mines, the horizontal mapping is to iron and steel works or aluminum works or that sort of industry, and not a green industry. So saying that, we will have a green skilling program, and we have in India many sector skill councils and all that, but what are you offering that person? What is the job after that? And then we added, let's say we add urbanization to it. People would not work in an agricultural field, they would rather be a laborer in a city. These are the nuances that are not captured by data and missions that are based only on modeling data, I would say, that have not spoken to people what they want. So that is one thing where migration and geography of jobs comes in, that where do people want to be? The job needs to be there. If they want to be in the village, then please create it there. But if they're going to urbanize, then your urban centers need to have these green jobs or whatever they want to do. That is one thing. My second point, very quickly, not building the ecosystem as green is not going to help, because you're not going to have, you're going to have haphazard legislation, regulations, investments in some parts, your blended finance is happening somewhere, the downstream MSMEs don't have any finance. So this is not going to be the way to build a future-ready system. AI, not AI, doesn't matter. The AI is getting funded. Your nuts and bolts are not getting funded. So you do not have that ecosystem. That's a problem. My final and third point comes in. Who is influencing the people becomes very important. Who is taking this message to the people? Celebrities endorsing things are not there. So who are the role models of this young generation who are going to tell them that these are the fields to study, that this is the job? Your social media, they're influenced by that. So where is the correct information of what is a green job? Where do you study? Who do you go to? We have to start at the brass tacks, build up. Right now, we are talking here, trying to build down. That is not going to work in the near or long term.
Thank you. I completely agree. I think having a more people-centric, bottom-up approach, which is more inclusive, and I think you touched upon a very important aspect, which is AI. And automation, and I think no conversation today is complete without touching upon that aspect. So before we move to the Q&A, very quickly, just about everything that we spoke about, there is a parallel narrative about how AI and automation is going to impact almost all of our jobs, and sometimes we have to think about it before lunch. So in context of what we've spoken about so far, is there any direct impact in the near future of AI and job creation when we're talking in context of these green transition jobs? Dr. Kim, I think you were one of the first ones to touch upon the job automation aspect. Is there anything you would like to add to that?
No, I'm very dubious
Okay.
about the job creation.
Lunch it is, okay.
Yeah, under the AI revolution. So I cannot say that, okay, I can say something, but I don't think that I can guarantee. So I just stop. So it's still very challenging, questions, issues that how to create the job, under the AI revolution still.
Thank you. Paul?
Well, just very briefly, there's one dimension that actually I think is somewhat optimistic. I certainly don't know what AI is going to do to the job market, but it's probably not going to be great for everyone. But there is one dimension that I think is very promising, and that is using large language models to understand value chains in more depth than was ever possible before. Truly the progress that we're making, like week over week, is mind-blowing. Jorge Luis Borges, I think, this Argentine author who really predicted the future in so many ways, has this short story about a map that is the territory, and I feel like we're almost there now in terms of understanding where, even SMEs fit into these value chains. So I think in terms of targeting precise investment for, procurement-linked investment strategies, let's say, the possibilities are so much greater than even weeks ago, thanks to AI.
Thank you. All optimism is more than welcome.
Remember that the Americans are always optimistic,
Cheryl, would you like to add to that?
So I think my fellow panelists have talked about AI. I'll talk about automation quickly. So I think for automation, Basically, the first thing is to tie automation to capability building conditions. So what I mean by that is not just have productivity upgrades for your factories and industries, but to pair them in parallel with skill upgrades for your workers. Automation is really not the enemy here. They just reduce jobs, and the kind of jobs they reduce are lower quality jobs. That's why I talk so much about upgrading the workforce and also ensuring you anchor high value jobs, because automation is definitely going to decimate all the factory workers and the basic jobs. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Shiva?
Very quickly, I'm a tech geek. My first 15 years was in IT.com, ERP. I've done all of this. Technology is always an enabler. Technology is not the endpoint, right? So what we have done with digital public infrastructure, DPI, UPI, which are dumber technologies, I would say, we call them dumb tech, versus an AI tech, but that has empowered billions of people. So technology, how it's deployed is more important than what the current fad is. Radio was important, TV is important, smartphones were important. I've been through many technology generations. AI is important, but AI is not the be-all and end-all of everything. I think if applied correctly, it can really automate some parts of the work, but human intelligence and ingenuity, to my mind, with 8 billion people, that is the next frontier. How do you unlock the human potential in these jobs and growth?
Thank you so much. So optimistic approach, we can all focus on the upcoming lunch before the plenary, but very quickly, if there are any questions, may I request you to please come to one of the mics on both sides of the room. Please briefly introduce yourself and put forth the question.
There we go. Hi, Siviwe Mhlana. I'm a labor market and development economist at the Wits Southern Center for Inequality Studies. Thank you for opening it up to the floor. I was quite concerned for the time. I think, conscious of the fact that you did say part of this is aspirational, right? And that approaches need to be in line with the broader national development priorities. However, as we aspire for certain types of jobs, I think it's very important for us to actually be cognizant of the reality of this, right? Oftentimes when we're speaking to this question about jobs, it's all on skills, right? It's on the kind of supply side, not really focusing on the demand side, despite the data that has showed that even in the South African case, I've done work on the automotive industry, the past 10 years, we've been shedding jobs. So there is a need, I think, beyond kind of government, there's this interest of ensuring that government supports investments, in some ways, ensuring regulation encourages the private sector, but the private sector, you mentioned special economic zones. The reality is for most countries, they haven't actually led to job creation as expected. So one, how do we ensure, the role of the state doesn't get left out of this conversation, and the role of the state isn't just about supporting the private sector, it's about actually protecting jobs, the ones that do exist. But also the informal sector is left out of this conversation. Majority of the jobs in African countries are informal. We have the kind of waste pickers, we have a non-standard precarious jobs. How do we protect workers in this context and ensure that also gender is a priority in this conversation as well? Thanks.
Thank you so much. I think that's the only question we would be able to take. So thank you. Thanks for the question. Maybe Shiva and Paul, would you like to comment on some of the aspects? I think when it comes to informal workers, India also has...
Yes,
sure.
Korea is one of the countries who made a lot of investment on AI. So this is not the private investment, it's the public investment. A huge amount of the public investment now we are now planning. So that areas can create some job creation we can expect. So public or government led, job creation could be possible. And then not only the education and the training sector, but also government itself can create some corporate to spread this kind of AI revolution, I think. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for the question. I take the critique, and I wish I had a very good response. I can only point to a couple of examples where I think there are tendencies trying to push in a different direction. I really think FONSIS in Senegal, the sovereign fund there, it's a pretty small fund, but it is, working quite hard to invest in SMEs. I think this means actually that the special economic zones set up in Senegal have been more inclusive of SMEs than is the case elsewhere. There's a specific focus on, women-led enterprises as a source of funding. Do I think that that is sufficient to like successfully stand atop all of these giant trends and successfully shout stop and actually move the world from turning? No, I mean, sadly not. And I'm actually not particularly confident that there are sort of hyper macro scalable solutions that are going to respond to this challenge right now that I could cite with confidence. But I do think that there are some examples that we can learn from that I think it's at least useful to explore and to elevate.
Very quickly, in India, most of the things are government-led. Our private sector follows government cues. But there have been a couple of moments that I just want to very quickly say. During COVID, when we wanted to give assistance to the informal workers, we came up with the problem that they were not in any database, so we could not transfer the benefits. So after that, it was taken up on a war footing, multiple platforms that started listing even the smallest micro workers. One of the reasons for them to come into the formal network was incentivizing them with small loans, small grants, which was then linked to your identity system and your social security and your mobile system. So that's the jam trinity that we have. A second point very quickly about the gender. We have now started getting gender formally included into our legislation. So one of the legislation that CEW worked on distributed renewable energy for productive use has a specific gender lens based on research data that shows that rural communities which don't want to move to towns, etc., are benefited by having the women work on their time, in their place, etc. So such exists, and that's why I said the granary of solutions that we had at COP29 of South Asia, of the various regions, becomes very important in socializing these stories. Thank you.
Cheryl, very quickly.
It's not a response, just a comment, but I want to thank you for this question, really, because the more I think about it, all the platform structures and architecture that I spend all my time and career in mature economies, like how do I apply that to, for example, South Africa, if there's a whole underbelly of informal workers, they're not even on the system to even benefit from the skill upgrading or whatever government interventions there are. So I'll definitely take that with me as food for thought and expand my thinking on that.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And I'd say let's keep the conversation going as conversations prompt action. So thank you so much for your participation, and thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Parul. Thank you to our panelists. Please join us at the front of the stage for a quick photograph as we move into our closing plenary session, Next Gen Africa, Africa Strategic Imperative. This is our closing panel, following which we'll be moving into our valedictory address by Honorable President Thabo Mbeki. Our next panel, Next Gen Africa, Africa Strategic Imperative, has a stellar setup of panelists. Mr. Kayode Fayemi, Visiting Professor, African Leadership Center, King's College, UK. Philani Thembu, Executive Director, Institute for Global Dialogue, South Africa. Priscilla Gantonye, Fellow Africa Comet, Kenya. Del Titus, Founder and CEO, Web3 Africa Group, Ghana. Moderated by my colleague, Sunena, Director and Senior Fellow, Center for New Economic Diplomacy, Observer Research Foundation, India.
Thanks, Pulkit. Thanks, Vivek and Roshni, for the very quick turnaround on stage. Good afternoon. So we've reached the final plenary of Cape Town Conversation. Thank you for being with us, and we've had excellent sessions today. And I promise you that we have a wonderful lineup of speakers for the final one, because we think that this session matters very much. It really is at the heart of the matter, and it is critical for world. And our speakers are from 4 different African countries. Nigeria, South Africa, Kenya, and Ghana are well represented. For this discussion, I thought that we could draw on 3 threads that have emerged from our conversations over the last couple of days. The first one is the demographic potential of Africa, which we are all very familiar with. But just to bring up some numbers, the population is expected to reach 2.5 billion by 2050 from 1.4 billion today. It is the only region in the world which will actually have a population surge, while populations will decline everywhere else. And that means that by 2035, There will be more young Africans entering the workforce each year than the rest of the world combined. So countries like China, Japan, South Korea, Europe, all of these will actually be facing a sharp decline in workers. Now, what does that mean? So Africa will play a role in not just global labor markets, but an important question really is, how does Africa generate a huge number of quality jobs for its youth? And for that to happen, the right investments need to be made in education, in skilling, in health, and in digital inclusion to strengthen human capital across the continent. And that brings me to the second thread, which is important to frame this discussion, and that is around the security development nexus that we find, which is deep-seated conflicts in parts of the continent, local insecurity, which is leading to forced migration and displacing communities, along with gaps in transport and energy infrastructure, which also hamper continental integration. The third part to this, of course, is Africa's rise in a multipolar world, its growing importance to geopolitics and geoeconomics. So with that, we will be looking at Africa's next-gen potential. Kayode, I'm going to start right away with you. With the broad framing question that 2025 has really been Africa's year in geopolitics, of course, the G20 presidency, the continent is indispensable for new economies, for governance. How do you think Africa can actually leverage this for actual bargaining power?
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and it's really wonderful to be back at the Cape Town conversation again. I want to join other colleagues in expressing thanks to ORF and to the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, particularly to President Mbeki. What history teaches us about Africa is that the periods where we have had historic social gains also coincide with periods of purposeful leadership on the one hand and Pan-African vision on the other, coming together. Whether you're talking about the first decade after independence, where the leadership was clear about the Africa's place in the world and purposeful in pushing for that decolonization agenda. Or you talk about the decade post-Cold War, where we also had leaders that were clear-sighted and focused on the place of Africa and how Africa needs to take charge. You also see considerable gain. That's the difference between the time when you talk about a hopeless continent, when we're having difficulties and challenges, which we still do, and Africa rising, Africa renaissance. That's the period President Mbeki was in office, President Obasanjo was in office, Bouteflika was in office, Abdoulaye Wade and Meles Zenawi, and the quartet, if you like, came together to drive the Africa's development agenda. So it means leadership matters. And two, that leadership in and of itself is not enough, as much as it matters, but when leadership combines with policy clarity, then tangible results can come. And that is also what I think we've witnessed with the G20 meeting that has just ended. In spite of the Afro-pessimism that attended the early days of that process, what we came out with was more of Afro-optimism, that Africa can be serious about its own agenda and can then bring others to see that seriousness and work together with us. So it wasn't really as if the declaration in its 122 paragraphs or 30 pages told us anything new about Africa in terms of what to do. But that reinforcing of the position of the continent and why Africa must have a seat at the table was important. That's what has been proven. But what is important in responding to your question is that if we're then to move from that, we need to ensure that we address the structural drivers of instability and insecurity on the continent. And the most critical of those structural drivers are poverty and inequality. So how we do that, yes, we talk a lot about, and you've just done that as well, African population, youthful, dynamic, huge, but it's almost becoming a cliche, in my view, to keep reinforcing this thing about Africa's population. It's what we make of the population and how we ensure that the population serves its purpose of transformational development that would make the significant difference. And if Africa must have a seat at the table, African leaders must also win the hearts and minds of African citizens, majority of which are this youth. What we do in dealing with that, even in dealing with the skills that you're talking about, but skills alone will not do it. We have an opportunity to occupy that autonomous space to make a difference. One, with the population, we must be able, for example, to take advantage of the reduction that we're witnessing in other parts of the world. How do we do that? In terms of skills development, in terms of brain gain, in terms of remittance flow, in terms of labor mechanization, in terms of a whole range of things that we must do in order to make use of that population growth that Africa has an advantage over and above others.
Very important points that you've covered here. And I hope we get the time to actually talk a little more about those. But you've also given us the perfect segue for me to turn to Philani and really ask you again, the risk of the youth dividend turning into a lost dividend if the security development nexus is not addressed. And what do you think are the urgent steps for doing that?
So I think that's the key. I mean, if it's, on the one side, it is, yes, a dividend, and of course it is something that's positive. I mean, young people obviously bring a certain degree of energy. I think it's quite visible that, especially in a continent like ours, if you just do surveys, I think it's quite clear that despite, all the challenges that we face on the continent, overwhelmingly the most positive people with a positive outlook on the future are still Africans. That brings a certain degree of energy, but it also brings a certain degree of expectations. I mean, young people are not just, they're not resigned to their current realities. They want their lives to improve, and they don't want to wait for that improvement to come. They want it to happen now. They want to see visible signs of that. One of the key things that accompany this youth dividend is a urbanization trend. So if we look, up to 2050, the urban population from Africa will double, essentially. Some of the largest cities, some of the new cities that are going to be built in the next few decades are going to be cities in Africa. And the ability of urban spaces to absorb that movement of people into those cities is going to be key. Can those cities deliver services? Can they deliver jobs? Can those cities deliver quality education that equips young people for the jobs of the future? And not just for the jobs of the future, but to create the jobs of the future. So the environment that allows their entrepreneurship to actually thrive. I think this is what is key. So social cohesion is important. In the absence of social cohesion and with a young population and the urbanization trend, then you're basically setting up a recipe to turn a dividend into quite a difficult, situation. I mean, we've seen the protests in recent times, young people calling for better governance, calling for transparency, better services, less corruption. I think these are good, things that young people are injecting into the political economy within Africa. But the key, I think, is not to say that young people are the future. The reality is that on a continent where the vast majority of people are young, you can't say young people are the future. I mean, they outnumber, older people. So to say they're the future doesn't really make sense. You need to create the opportunities for them now, but you also need to give them the responsibilities to thrive. And I think that is what's going to be key, moving forward.
I agree. This panel is definitely not reflecting the age of Africa's population. But so two of the pathways. I'm really glad you mentioned urbanization, which perhaps has been under-addressed and is so critical to this. Two other things will play a very important part. One will be technology and the other will be skilling. And I'm going to ask first Priscilla to take on that question and then Del to come in on technology. But Priscilla, in yesterday's discussion also, we talked about the fact that we do have a situation where foundational skills are missing, but we also need populations to move to 21st century skills, which requires a huge amount of reskilling. So what should be Africa's strategies?
Okay, thank you so much. I want to actually start by saying we need to appreciate the governments for the work they've done in terms of skill development. And we have seen a lot of changes happening in the space of participation. If you think about early childhood education, think about general education, think about TVET, think about higher education, we're seeing these numbers going up and up. But the question is that quality education that we're actually providing? And employers are telling us it's not, because there's a huge mismatch between the skills that are gained in education vis-a-vis the skills that are needed for the 21st century. So the 21st century requires that individuals gain skills that are going to be creating opportunities for other people, skills that create innovation, and also skills that are going to be participating into the development of future technologies and future of work. And you said we talked about green skills, we talked about digital skills yesterday, we talked about entrepreneurship skills, and really about the future skills comes down to four things. So number one is about complex critical thinking, and this is about understanding how you can solve complex problems. It's about problem solving, it's about creativity and innovation, and the most important part is about agility, ability to learn. So that is becoming one of the most important skills, learning how to learn, because as you see, the world is changing quite fast. If you don't know how to learn, it's going to be hard. If you're going to apply ChatGPT on everything that you're working on, it's not going to solve any problems that you have. So governments have a lot of work in terms of policies and strategies. And the work that we do mostly, I work on TVET, and this is Technical and Vocational Education and Training, is just about understanding how governments can innovate for skills and jobs that don't even exist. And this is a big challenge because we are not even responding to the skills that are here today. So how are we going to innovate further? How can we anticipate the skills that are going to be for the future and the jobs? So I think I'm going to narrow down to a few policies that are important, or what we are seeing ministries are working on. Number one is about modality of how education is taking place. So think of dual TVET. So for people who understand technical and vocational, it's about getting the practical skills. So we are talking about the future going to be very green and digital, but at the same time, we still have practical skills that are needed. We need plumbers, we need electrical supplies, we need people who can work on different aspects like cooks and etc. So we need to develop this work-based learning where we work closely with the private sector to come up and combine the qualification standards as well as the occupational standards. So how are you going to do that? That is an important aspect. Then we need to understand the actual providers of education. So education is not going to be provided by governments only, but we're seeing a lot of informal education through multinational organizations. We have seen Microsoft has their own training. We are seeing this is competing with education system from the mainstream action. Formal education, non-formal education from NGOs and livelihood programs. So these are opportunities to understand how can we come up with policies that address these different modalities of education. Then another aspect that we're talking more about is about mobility. So we are working in countries that are now interconnected, and we're reducing borders. And we see that if you learn something in Kenya, you should be able to go and work in South Africa, and your qualifications are going to be recognized. So there's topics about recognition of prior learning, topics about harmonizing systems for education, that you're able to move to another country, you can move to Germany and be able to work there, and your qualifications from a university in Pretoria are going to be recognized. So that is a policy issue that needs to be tackled at a government level. And at the same time, we have to think about inclusion. So inclusion is an important policy, and it's one of the things that is repeated 3 times in the SDG 4. It talks about equality, inclusion, affordability, and these are important aspects when it comes to understanding policy. There are so many people who are excluded in the education system, whether they are persons with disability, they are people from refugee backgrounds. We are seeing women, we spoke yesterday about women, and we have different kind of people, including young people. So how do we ensure that inclusion is at the center of education system, and how do we provide training that captures this? And lastly is about data, and I'm going to say this because it's very important, because we are seeing multinationals are holding or taking data into account, because education systems don't have data. Without data, you cannot measure and you cannot improve. So you cannot improve anything that you can't measure. And data is going to be very important in the future of learning, because it allows us to come up with modalities and approaches that respond to the needs of the country based on evidence.
Yeah. So you ended at data. Del, it's time to bring you in. So Africa, or rather Rwanda, actually hosted a global summit on AI for Africa. And when we think about AI, I mean, the one question that comes, and also technology broadly, is the digital divide. But the other is the potential for leapfrogging that we are talking about as we talk about youth demographic. So how do you see AI transcending those gaps, the essential development gaps in health, in finance, in education? That's the first. And the second, also related to this, is that for all countries in the world, and including those in Africa, the world is looking at models for tech policy. The Chinese model, the American model are very opposing. What do you think should be Africa's model for that?
It's a really great question.
2 parts to it.
So I think, Africa needs to create a third lane. It should not be looking at the libertarian chaos in Silicon Valley or the command and control system in China. That's not what Africa needs to do. I think the focus for Africa really should be around the problems that we face. And as Priscilla mentioned, data is a key component to that. Because currently, if you even look at Web 2, the current infrastructure, when I say Web 2, I mean the current internet infrastructure that we have, foreign companies mine the data here for free, and then we rent it back, okay? So with that, that's a pernicious cycle. So we need to create a third lane, and some of these basics revolve around just basic language models. Ensure we have over 1,500, 2,000 languages in the continent. So we should be able to mine our own data, accurate data, and be able to convert them into local languages, right? And then we create autonomy around, like you said, education, justice, healthcare, etc. And so, now, don't get me wrong, there are some things we can learn from what the US has obviously done. They spearheaded this. But as I said, it's very important for Africa to identify its own problems and build accordingly. And then in terms of empowering the youth, it's not just as simple as, providing them the tools, right? And then just say, okay, let's scale this, right? We need to understand the dynamics of how our youth are most effective on the continent, right? For example, in my industry, which is mainly focused on the blockchain Web3 area, one thing that we've identified in Africa is around intellectual property. And intellectual property is something that we don't have enough control over, because we just haven't got the digital infrastructure in place to ensure that we're protecting it and scaling it and licensing it appropriately, right? And so it's not copy and paste. Now, when I think of the strides that are currently being made on the continent, there are some very positive strides in terms of the understanding of knowing where the future is going when it comes to industry around, or the technology industry. But at the same time, it's not just about leapfrogging. Leapfrogging, you do that, and part of learning is the journey of learning is what builds the plasticity, right? And so the way Africa needs to approach this is really data mine and understand its issues. And from there, we can build the strong foundations that institutions can build solid governance around, education systems. I mean, curriculums should start implementing AI technology already. For example, with our business, we are already working with education and literacy programs with Binance and the government, right, to ensure that the future, we are where the ball is going to be, not where the ball is currently, right? So that's key. Our curriculum, right, should be implementing technologies of the future so that the youth is actually prepared and not in a situation where we're just literally throwing tools at them and we're saying, hey, scale this. That's just not going to work.
Okay, so I'm actually going to ask all of you one common question before we open it to the audience. Priscilla, you talked about mobility, how someone who is trained in South Africa should perhaps be able to go and work in Ghana. And that, I think, is a very important question about regionalization, and also how do we ensure that the continent has space for this? What is the role of strengthening something like the African Continental Free Trade Agreement? So if all of you can, from your perspectives and your work, just sort of tell us, how do you think that can happen? Let's go with you. And we need very short, crisp answers.
Really, regionalization really should be the new globalization, especially for us on the continent. And I think that's what the free trade agreement seeks to achieve. The challenge, of course, is not one of rejection of collective approach to development. It is the practical implementation that has really suffered. 50 out of 54 countries have now ratified the Continental Free Trade Agreement. But in practical terms, not much has happened. Even in areas where we have free movement of labor and goods. In the ECOWAS region, one gentleman spoke yesterday about the challenges that he faces traveling from Cote d'Ivoire to Ghana to Nigeria, and this is across the board. So leaders responsible for these need to really confront the monster of visa access on the continent. Because if you can't even move, you can't trade.
So infrastructure?
Infrastructure is a big issue that must be addressed. Both road, rail, and air travel is a challenge for Africans to move around. But beyond that, even trading amongst ourselves is another problem that hopefully, if we take the Continental Free Trade Agreement seriously, we'll be able to address. I mean, some of the issues are being addressed. The payment system is now being addressed. There's a Pan-African payment system that the Afrexim Bank and a couple of other private sector operators are addressing now. But beyond that, governments also need to step up to the plate and reduce the difficulty of free movement on the continent.
All right. And you've also pointed out who the stakeholder is in this. Priscilla.
Yeah, I think I want to add on to that and take the education angle and look at it from education goes hand in hand with entrepreneurship and development of opportunities. So if you think about something like social media has really decentralized markets, and now we are seeing that supply chains end to end can actually be promoted by this harmonization of borderless kind of opportunities where the markets are opening through the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and of course working within the blocks. So when you compare this, and if you look at at the issue of language, especially in education, it's very important to have like a same language where people can learn so that it's easy to actually compare the qualification standards because of the same language and the activities we're doing. So we are seeing that this is a common topic happening as a way for Africa, and I've seen a lot of countries have adopted Swahili to be an African language. It's still under debate, I don't want to put it down, but it's something that is going to be useful to have the same language that allows learners to really exchange more on peer learning and opportunities for education, and in the end they can actually use the same language and currencies maybe in future to work on markets and opportunities in future. Yeah.
All right, Del, will that language be technology?
Say that, repeat that.
Will the common language be found through technology?
Biasly, yes, I would say that. And, you know, I think there is a component that I do want to bring up, which is very important around this whole technology aspect of things, is that if I look at, and I'm not being negative when I say this, I'm just being inward in terms of how we need to look at this going forward. Africa's GDP currently is stagnant, in my opinion. We have a lot of people, and mainly the youth, right? And so investing in the youth is ultimately investing in the future. So you just have to look at how the technology industry in other parts of the world has performed and the amount of economic prosperity it has brought onto those various markets. And then you need to look at where we are gaining our prosperity from and how we are investing into it. So it needs to be a redeployment of resources, right, in terms of where we are placing our efforts to make sure that we get the maximum economic prosperity going forwards, right? And that's heavily going to be centered around education data, as you mentioned, and governments really thinking about, or institutions really thinking about how they want to deploy their capital, right, and resources towards the youth and technology going forwards. And I think that that is actually what's going to change Africa's economic prosperity going forwards, and in exponentially, by the way. I think it would outperform every single industry bar agriculture, right? I think that's going to be what's going to really shift the ground beneath us. And as it stands today, it's still disjointed, it's extremely disjointed. And so that autonomy needs to be centered around education, and it needs to be centered around the redeployment of our resources in the right areas concerning technology. Not just AI, across board.
Yeah, no, I think, colleagues have raised the issue of mobility across countries, across the continent, but internal mobility is also key. If there's rapid urbanization, the cities we're building have to be livable. So there has to be a massive investment in infrastructure. Physical infrastructure, the colleagues have raised the digital infrastructure also. This is an imperative, otherwise you're creating unlivable cities and you're building up frustrations within those cities. At the same time, when we go within the region, I think it's important to understand that regional integration is not a nice to have. It's absolutely fundamental, to maintaining a certain degree of Africa's strategic autonomy going forward. If we're only trading 20% of intra-Africa trade, then we need to operationalize, something like the African Continental Free Trade Area. You're talking about a massive potential in unlocking, our economies. But at the same time, I think we have to learn to also say no to certain proposals that come from outside the continent. And in fact, even certain investments. We need to be very precise. What are the type of investments we're looking for in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years? Do they align with our strategic objectives? If certain international actors are interested in pouring, resources into things that may not be in line with our current priorities, we also have to say no. Rather put resources into the areas where we are interested in at the moment. So I think that becomes important in order to develop those regional value chains that will create more job opportunities for young people on the continent, keep jobs here, but also build up our manufacturing capabilities.
That's very important. So I think all of you have done a wonderful job of keeping your answers very sharp and concise. There's so much still to unpack here. We have about a minute on the clock. And that just means I'm going to request you all to keep your questions very brief. And if we do not get the chance to answer, we will have all of them over lunch to have this discussion. Yes, Pranjal.
Good afternoon. You know, 2013, it was in this hall that the WEF Africa was held, and I was here in this hall. And since then, some of the conversations still seem to continue. There was a talk about Cape Town to Cairo highway, you know, and I wonder where that conversation is. And Flani, I think you really hit it. Before any other thing, fundamental basic infrastructure, $1 trillion investment in roads, ports, highways is what is absolutely critical. One point, so I don't know where we are. One point which I think should be developed further is entrepreneurship. I think you cannot have pure jobs. You'll have to create entrepreneurship and create job creators. Before coming to Cape Town, this trip, I spent 3-4 days in Addis Ababa. I was very delighted to learn that, for example, they have 3 ride-sharing companies which have been locally created. There's no Uber. There are no European or American ride-sharing companies there. This is a great example. I don't know how many others there are in the continent, but that's a great, heartening example for it. And I also learned that there are industrial corridors being built in Ethiopia, which is within. The point I'd like the panel to reflect on is, when will private capital be increased? Again, a question of decades. Fundamental investment in basic infrastructure, and third, entrepreneurship.
All right. Let's take the next one.
Okay. Thank you. My question is in relation to the dividend that we are proud of, which is about the youth. But my worry is on how fees across school fees, especially for university institution, how and why a student from Zambia would pay twice or thrice the fees in Zimbabwe or South Africa. When will we be able to actually reduce the cost of actually tuition, such that we have this pan-African movement that we're saying we want to enable skills to actually flourish across the region? Thank you.
All right, John.
Good afternoon. Yes. My name is Samson Ajayi. So I don't want to overflow the concept of, Africa Rising. I think it's a concept that is already overflowed. However, the reality also is that a lot of African youths tends to be disconnected from the continent and would rather look for the quickest means to look for a better life. And we can make reference to most of the restrictions that they face in the politics and the likes. The question is, what are the governance innovations that can be introduced to make Africa more habitable and interesting to live for young Africans?
Okay. You picked the first one, the governance, and I can only give each of you 30 seconds. I'm sorry for that, but let's go with this.
We can have an extensive debate about that question, but what I can say is that the continent is not short of solutions that have been come about by the African Union. There's an African Union's common position on migration and development that speaks to the root causes of migration and why African youth find themselves jumping out of the continent, and also addressing what to do in order to achieve retention and capture value of our younger people on the continent. And the solution to it is what I said earlier. Our government, in order to get a seat at the table in this changing global order, must also respond to the immediate issue of winning the hearts and minds of the citizens of Africa. And you can't win their hearts and minds if you don't solve this lingering issue that you just talk about in a variety of sectors: agriculture, technology, you name it. And also, we have to address the old challenge of investing in the education. You spoke about higher education. We're training doctors, we're training nurses, we're training all these professionals practically free on the continent who end up going to these Western capitals, and the continent loses out. So we need to find a way to redress that balance.
All right. Priscilla, the question on education, and very brief.
Yes, so the challenge of education and affordability is an ongoing issue that we see. And a lot of governments have actually started to implement free education, especially from early childhood all the way to higher education. But then there's a cost attached to it, and it depends on the government's ability to allocate a bigger budget that can support the education system within that country. And this is one of the areas that has not been really captured because we still have trouble and problems when it comes to budgeting and, of course, other issues. So if we see international students coming to a country and they pay more school fees than than the nationals, it's not an issue of quality or anything. It's just a matter of an institution wanting to survive. And this is one of the areas that mobility policies can actually affect to allow that this is harmonized and most students can be able to pay the same school fees, especially within the continent.
So mobility. Perhaps.
That last one? Well, I guess a bit of both. On the youth front, I would actually like to reverse it. I think the bigger problem is we can't be electing 91-year-olds in Africa anymore. That problem has to go. That's the elephant in the room, that we have, majority of the countries have leaders that are too old.
Also India.
Right? And there's wisdom in age. There's no disrespect there, but we are at a different place, right? So that needs to change dramatically. Until that problem is solved, right, we're going to have the same problems going forward. And then when it comes to the entrepreneurship side, I guess probably need to harness some of the core needs, right? And then kind of simplify our approach on how we educate youth around that, opposed to, as I said, just throwing new concepts at the youth. We need to make what we already have efficient, right? And those basics, it's the basics we need to get in order before just leapfrogging and saying that, okay, more entrepreneurship programs. What are we doing with what we have already?
That's
right?
essential.
So that's it for me.
Philani.
Yeah, no, I think, we have to build on the basis of what we have, following on this comment. So we know we've got a massive informal economy. Instead of trying to make these businesses to fit into certain, degree of formality, work with what you have and try to scale it up. Rather enable those businesses to actually move up and become larger operations. I mean, when it comes to entrepreneurship, that's absolutely vital. I mean, the reality is that with this huge youth dividend that we have, not all these young people are going to be absorbed into jobs, but we need to find out how to ensure that they become net creators, of job opportunities. The last point here is that, the examples of Ethiopia and others, the Cape to Cairo sort of infrastructure investments. We need to also look that when it comes to financing, not all the financing is going to come from external actors. If we're going to wait for external financing, we're going to be waiting for a very long time. And that's not going to be good for the continent. I mean, think about the Grand Ethiopian Renaissance Dam. They got tired of waiting. They were denied funding from various structures, and they completely used a different funding model, including resourcing from domestic resources, the public servants, citizens, contributing. But the key there is there has to be transparency in how those resources are actually utilized. And if there's transparency and if there's results, then society becomes more willing to actually chip in. I mean, we need to then also address your illicit financial flows. That is how you're going to unlock the resources that are already on the continent And by doing that, you will attract more resources that come from external sources.
All right. Thank you so much for all of your insights. To be continued outside. All of our speakers will be available. I'm going to hand over to Pulkit.
Thanks, Sunaina. That was our closing plenary, Next Gen Africa. Please join me in thanking our esteemed panelists and our moderator. If I could request you to join us at the front of the stage for a quick photograph as we move into our valedictory segment. We'll start off our valedictory segment by remarks by our Honorable Consul General of India in Cape Town, Ms. Ruby Jaspreet. Ma'am, if I could invite you on stage.
Excellency, former President of South Africa, Mr. Thabo Mbeki, Honorable Member of Parliament from India, Shri Anand Sharma, former Deputy National Security Advisor, Ambassador Lata Reddy, dignitaries, friends, good afternoon. It's my great pleasure to speak at this platform today, which has been provided by our very own ORF Foundation, as well as the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. And I'm told Cape Town conversations are held very regularly, and I think it's a very useful platform because, you know, we are engaging in conversations and touching upon contours of our friendship of India with Africa and more particularly South Africa. I've spent about a year in my current role, and I've realized, you know, being here in Cape Town, I'm responsible for Western Cape and Northern Cape province. But overall, between India and South Africa, I'm realizing that, you know, there's only so much the governments can do. And the likes of me, you know, there's just a limited role we can play. And especially in this country, the relation is really driven by the people and the warmth that they share. And I think they are the real ambassadors of our countries. And I see that there's a palpable bond and there's a striking commonality in our peoples, perhaps stemming from the shared struggles we've had. There's been a commonality in our history of colonization and the struggle we had for our freedom as well. Another thing which I feel really adds to our relationship is the fact that we have a large Indian diaspora here. We have 1.7 million Indian origin people who live in South Africa. And I think that helps us relate to each other a lot better. And I don't need to speak about the connect Mahatma Gandhi had here because he had his political awakening and then he took these lessons to India. But there's something I find very interesting, something Nelson Mandela had said about Mahatma Gandhi. He said that Gandhi sparked off what we like to call our struggle. And I think it's interesting because it was the continuity in our aspirations, how one motivated the other, and it is this bond that we continue to take forward. And India and South Africa are taking this legacy now into the modern world and into our future as well. We have shared values of equality, inclusion, solidarity. We are standing shoulder to shoulder together as the voice of the global South. We're pushing together for a world where no one is left behind. And in this context, I think it is absolutely amazing how South Africa recently hosted the G20 summit. It was all brilliantly organized, and it was our pleasure that our Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi, was here last week to participate in the summit. When he spoke at the G20 summit, he gave forward ideas for 6 initiatives. And I think everything he spoke resonates very well, not just with South Africa, but with the whole of African continent. One such thing that he spoke about, which particularly caught my attention, was the proposal for Africa Skills Multiplier Program, which aims to establish a pool of 1 million certified trainers for skilling the youth in Africa. There were other very useful things which came up, which included circularity of critical minerals, which I think is very relevant to India as well as the whole African continent. Prime Minister Modi also talked about open satellite data partnership, and I feel these are all some of the priorities which resonate very well with India and South Africa. We were also very happy that during his stay here, he was able to have yet another bilateral meeting with South African President, Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa. I think the sort of friendship and warmth that our leaders have, that speaks very well of our relationship. I'd like to stop here, but I'll just like to add in the end that I think South Africa has just hosted the G20 summit. We are very glad that now South Africa is going to get ready for hosting the World Cricket Tournament in 2027. And I just want to assure everyone that India will be there as you host the tournament. We will be in the stands, we will be on the field, we will be playing together, and we will be cheering South Africa like we always do. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll now be moving into our valedictory address. If I could invite Honorable President Thabo Mbeki, former President of South Africa and patron of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, to deliver the valedictory address.
I checked just now what the word valedictory means. I was told it means goodbye. So goodbye. That's the address. But thank you very much indeed for this short opportunity. I won't be long. It does say on our program that there will also be somebody moving a vote of thanks. And so that's not me. But nevertheless, let me start by saying thanks to everybody for coming to this session of the Cape Town Conversation. A number of people have remarked about how I've been sitting next to Anand Sharma here for all of the sessions. And I don't know what that means, with a sense of wonder that I've been able to come to all of the sessions. To explain that, it's for me, this is an important school, a school of learning. We talk here about shaping a just global order as a theme of our session. That's a big issue, shaping a just global order. So it was very important for me to listen to everybody answering this important question. Because there's something we need to do, because this assumes this aspiration of shaping a just global order, it assumes that there is an unjust global order. That's why we give ourselves this task. And so it was very important for me to listen to everybody, all the panelists, as they spoke on the various topics, all of the people, all of us who participated in this, asked questions and made comments, to answer what is indeed an important question. So I really want to say thanks a lot to all the panelists, everybody who participated. For me, it's, as I was saying, it's part of a process of learning. I will maybe to another day I will say something more about how the teachers have behaved. And one of the challenges has been that some of the teachers are better educated than I am, obviously. So they talk about certain things, and the thing flies over my head. Because there are certain things which they assume I know, which I don't know. For instance, we're talking about, I was asking one of my colleagues around our table there, that when people talk about data, what does that mean? Data, when you say there must be a data center, what would it be in that center? To assume that I know it is wrong. And so you speak very eloquently and in a very educated manner about those data centers. But I don't understand a word of it. I'm saying is that one day I will talk about the quality of our teachers. But really, thanks indeed to everybody for coming. I think when we meet next year around this time in the next session of the Cape Town conversation, I think we'll have to keep this topic of shaping a global order. The theme, I think we stay with it. In any case, I think the very fact that there's been a new leadership of the G20 obliges us to keep this theme. Because 12 months hence, I think we'll have to have a look at the global order to see what has happened during the presidency of President Trump of the G20. I'm sure that all of us would remember, or many of us, that at the beginning of this year, the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, gave a long interview. It was in January this year. So I read this interview. And what was very striking, and I was very pleased, I actually stood up all by myself and gave Marco Rubio a standing ovation. Because he was saying, after the collapse of the Soviet Union, you had what he said was unnatural, abnormal, which is a situation of unipolarity. And he said that was not normal. And what was more normal, he said, was multipolarity. That's when I stood up and clapped. That the US Secretary of State would say a thing like that. It was abnormal that you had a situation where the US was the sole global power which could tell everybody what to do, the world policeman. That was not naturally said. What was more normal, as I was saying, he says, was a multipolar world. And then he says, he mentions a number of countries. And he says multipolarity means each one of our countries, these very different poles, do whatever to promote the interests of our countries. He mentioned Chile, said Chile, for instance, and China, and then Russia. And then he said there are also some rogue states, mentioned a number of countries, and said what is therefore must be normal for the US was that it must behave like the other countries. No longer be the policeman of the world or policewoman of the world. That's when I sat down in my ovation, because it didn't say each one of us then pursue these national interests in terms of that multipolarity as he understood it, but in the context, within the context of an agreed global agenda. No reference to this UN Charter, no reference to any of that. To all of the evolution that we talked about, which led, for instance, to the birth of World Trade Organization. None of that. But what it meant, it seemed to me, the way that Marco Rubio put this matter was that, therefore, in this world of multipolarity, as he understood it, the United States will pursue its interest according to what it considers to be its interest, guided by no rules. It would set its own rules and do its own thing. Because it would not mention the fact that this multipolarity occurs in the context, for instance, of a system of international law that would be informed by the UN Charter. That institution doesn't exist. And I think that's why they proposed at the close of the G20 summit here in Johannesburg that they would like to attend the last session, the very last session, for the handover. And all they wanted, in my understanding, was a handover of the gavel, not the outcomes of the G20. Don't want those. We will not participate in those processes and will not come for the outgoing president of the G20 to say, therefore, these are our outcomes. No, keep your outcomes, give me the gavel. So that the G20, they can then redefine it. Not bound in any way by what has happened in terms of the G20 for all of the years of its existence. They will redefine it. I'm saying, having openly said, don't hand over to us the outcomes of your session. We don't want them. So what is that going to do to the global order? That's why I'm saying, colleagues, that I think we should keep this theme for our next session, shaping a just global order. The current report on the SDGs, it says that only 35% of the targets, the SDG targets, are on track or making moderate progress. We're five years away from 2030. And only 35% of the targets are on track or making moderate progress. And the report says, as I'm sure all of us have seen, I quote, "We face a global development emergency." We face a global development emergency. And I think that characterization is correct. I think when we talk about a just global order, what are the elements of that just order, global order? I think an important element of that just order would be the achievement of these SDG goals. You can't have a one-third realization of the SDG goals and you say that we've got a just global order. I'm saying in breaking down this topic, just global, what are these elements that are required to define this setting as, therefore, now we have a just global order? One of them will have to be this one, which has got to do with leaving nobody behind in terms of socio-economic development and so on. So what is to be done? This figure, 35, won't translate into 85% in 5 years' time, unless you have major capital transfers from the rich to the poor. Can't be avoided. You need these huge investments in order to achieve these targets. And where are the investments going to come from? From where the capital is to where the capital is wanted. How to achieve that? What is it that needs to be done to effect that mobilization? All of us are very familiar with what happened, for instance, with the Marshall Plan. which required capital transfers from the United States. It made its own contribution to the victory against Nazism, but there was no destruction in the US, but destruction in Europe. So, of course, the Americans were very worried because you had a huge Communist Party in France, you had a huge Communist Party in Italy, and we were very worried that in terms of that ideological divide, you might have these Western countries shifting towards the Soviet Union. So we must intervene in order to stop that. It's essentially what informed the Marshall Plan, and therefore these capital transfers from the US to Western Europe in order to achieve a particular political objective. I'm sure that our colleagues here from Japan would also tell a similar story about the attention that the US paid to Japan. Again, you see the emergence of a China led by the Communist Party of China. And in that situation, we needed to act in particular ways, which is what, in fact, led the Americans, for instance, to Vietnam. It was this conflict to defeat global communism. But I'm saying that you could understand why the Americans made those major capital transfers to achieve that particular objective. I'm saying, in the situation in which we are, where there's a global agreement in terms of the Sustainable Development Goals, what should we do to help effect these large capital transfers? Otherwise, these targets of the SDGs are not going to be realized. One of the examples that I've appreciated greatly, two of them in fact, about this matter, is what, I don't know whether the situation persists with regard to the EU. The EU had, maybe has, a very, very intelligent regional policy, what is called regional policy. Once the EU said we have a common market, economic market, also took an important and logical decision that we need a common playing field. And therefore, you needed capital transfers from the richer parts of the EU to the poorer parts of the EU. Ireland, Portugal, even elements of the United Kingdom, like in Northern Ireland, in order to make sure that these countries are able to compete on a more equal basis in a common market. I'm saying that required capital transfers. When Deng Xiaoping in China, Chinese Communist Party of China said in open policy, they'd taken a correct decision that China was not going to be able to generate sufficient capital resources on its own to be able to meet its development imperatives. So let's have an open policy. That open policy's essential part of it was to attract private capital into China. And I'm quite certain that part of what, when the Chinese talk about socialism with Chinese characteristics, that's part of what they're talking about. Because you've got, here's a socialist country which gets developed by private capital. Because they understood very well that you needed these capital transfers into China for China to be able to achieve the development that it required. So what I'm trying to say, colleagues, that when we're saying shape a just global order, if we just take the matter of the SDG targets, I think the question that we must ask ourselves, what kind of actions do we need to take? What kinds of actions does the world need to take to generate the resources to invest such that you do indeed achieve these SDGs by 2030? So I'm saying even just the history of the EU, how the EU handled the matter of making sure that the poorer members were able to develop and therefore compete on a more even basis within a common market, they understood very well that you've got to take some resources, capital from the richer countries of the EU to the poorer ones to help them to develop. That's the same message that we have with regard to achievement of these SDGs. What is it that we do to encourage the movement of those capital resources so that indeed these SDGs can be achieved, and therefore we take a step forward towards achieving this just global order? You know, in the last year of survival of the Organization of African Unity was 2001. It was succeeded in 2002 by the African Union. So one of the last major decisions taken by the Organization of African Unity was what became called NEPAD, the New Africa Development Program. The OAU, Organization of African Unity, was formed in 1963 when 32 independent African states came together, formed this. And one of the tasks of the union was to achieve to this African development, to overcome this legacy of colonialism and slavery and so on. You had at some point what was called the Lagos Plan of Action, a very detailed program as to what to do with the African economy so that we achieve this socio-economic development. But the truth of the matter is that in reality, what the continent united around was its struggle to end colonialism and apartheid. Real unity to say we must end colonialism and apartheid on the continent. Not so much on this socio-economic development until the liberation of South Africa. That's why the new Africa, new economic development of Africa, NEPAD, becomes possible. Because South Africa has been liberated, so now we've done that job. We can now attend to this one. So the continent, in the end, agreed to this National Economic NEPAD as a continental development program. Not only economic elements, but peace and security, democracy, all of these things. And as we were working on that program, we decided that we should introduce it to particularly the developed world. To say to them, the continent is working on this development program. And when it's done, we would like you, the developed world, to interact with the continent on the basis of that program. We as Africans will have said, this is what we want to make of our continent, and we want you to regulate your own relations with us consistent with that plan. So we went around the world wandering, introducing this thing. And the G8, I remember 2001, thereabouts, was going to meet in Japan. We went and met these G8, G7 countries in Tokyo to introduce this to them. The European Council was meeting in Portugal. We went there to talk to them, to say this is what we're doing. When we finish, we're going to come back to you, and you people must fashion your own relations with the continent consistent with this new African program. And cut a long story short, the G8 met in Canada in 2002. and adopted what was called the G8 Africa Action Plan. A very, very good plan. The Prime Minister of Canada at the time was a very good man, Jean Chrétien. Actually came to the continent twice to discuss with us as to Canada is hosting the G8 summit. We are going to discuss this. How do we relate to this Africa program as you people have demanding? So in the end, I'm saying the G8 Africa Action Plan was adopted in Canada in 2002. One of the matters that was agreed was that there must be because we as Africa have got NEPAD, and the G8 has got what became the G8 Africa Action Plan. They're very related. And that we must therefore have a system of what was called mutual accountability. Consequence of that was that then there would be an African delegation that would attend all G8 meetings to effect this mutual accountability. So they would give a report. This is what we have done with regard to the implementation of the G8 Africa Action Plan. And would say, this is what we have done with regard to the implementation of NEPAD. What do we do, and so on. So that started the process. But I don't want to be too long about this. When the G8 next met in Canada was 8 years later, 2010. So I spoke to the African political leaders at the time. We're going to attend that G8 summit in Canada. And said to them, my suggestion to you colleagues is make sure that on the agenda of the G8 summit, this item must occur. An assessment of where we are with regard to the G8 Africa Action Plan that was adopted in Canada 2002. Because we could see that something was happening that was not quite right. And the consequence of that was that the host government refused, completely refused, that the item of a decision of the G8 8 years earlier should be discussed. The G8 Africa Action Plan disappeared. So the structured process of interaction between Africa and the developed world disappeared. You've still got a peculiar phenomenon today that you still have African governments attending the meetings of the G7. It's slimmed down by one, it's now G7. And these African brothers and sisters of mine, they go to G8, to G7 summits when there's nothing to discuss. Nothing. But habit, because we've had this thing for, but because the G8 Africa Action Plan disappeared, the developed countries refused. They were saying that this notion of mutual accountability with these Africans is wrong. I'm saying, mention these things, colleagues, to say the task, we must then answer this question. What is it that we do practically to shape a just global order? I'm talking about certain elements of it, part of what has happened, which explain the challenge that we have in terms of achieving this, and practically what has happened. we discussed quite correctly just energy transition. So I listened to this and I was saying to myself, but what does this mean for us on the continent? In the last few years, Uganda has discovered big reserves of oil, gas, Tanzania same, Mozambique same, South Africa same, Namibia the same, Ghana the same, Cote d'Ivoire, so many countries. And so you come to us and you say, you've discovered all these huge reserves of fossil fuels, but please just transit, forget about them, windmills. Even these concepts of correct ones, common but differentiated responsibilities, those concepts disappear through the window. Because, so I look at this thing and I say, but how do these Europeans come to the continent and say to Uganda, to Kenya, to Mozambique, we've heard the story about what you've discovered, but forget about them. Solar energy, windmills. It's not going to happen. It can't. This country is faced with a big challenge. Maybe 90% of our electricity comes from coal-fired power stations. The same demand, just energy transition. We've shut down 1 coal-fired power stations because of that. It's been retired and transformed into one of these renewable energy things. I've seen a report by the electricity company which says that when that power station was operating at full capacity, it was producing 1,000 megawatts of electricity. Now they've converted it now into solar or something. I think it's solar. It's producing a fifth of 200 megawatts. So your just transition has reduced the capacity to generate electricity. And there's a province here, the Northern Cape, where everybody says this would be the best place, one of the best places for the windmills, and even the big farms for solar panels and so on to generate this electricity. The challenge with regard to that, scientifically that's correct. You need to build the grid to bring that electricity to the areas of human settlements. The cost of it, of building the grid, is higher than the cost of building those generating stations. The consequence of which, for instance, is I know of one area in the country where they've got some big development, and we're going to use renewable energy, which are going to be generated for somewhere else in the country. And that particular company which wanted to do something in one of the provinces were told that you'll have to wait until 2032 before electricity comes from this renewable source. Because the grid is not there, doesn't exist, to bring the electricity from wherever it's generated to these populated areas. But the South Africans, where we are, the developed world said, we want to assist you with this just transition, and we commit these billions of dollars, to help you. The problem with that is billions of dollars as loans. So we must acquire dollar-denominated loans in order to achieve this just energy transition. It doesn't make sense. In terms of the development challenges of the continent, I'm saying that even concepts which are very normal in the context of all this discussion about the climate, common but differentiated responsibilities, that vanishes. The differentiated part disappears. Then you have common responsibilities. I'm saying all these things, colleagues, in order to say, in the context of this objective, a just global order, we've got to answer the question, practically, what is it that we do in order to achieve that? And our prescriptions cannot be wrong. You can't make a wrong prescription in order to cure a disease. So, many years ago, 2010, the 2010 G20 summit was held in South Korea, Democratic Republic of Korea. An important document was adopted there. It was called the Seoul the City, Development Consensus for Shared Growth. That arose from the discussion of the response to the 2008-2009 global financial crisis. That crisis would impact in a particular way on the developing countries, and therefore you needed this, what then emerged as the Seoul Development Consensus for Shared Growth, the particular program to address the developing countries. It was done. It was adopted in Seoul in Korea and died there. So the commitment that was made by the G20 for development, for shared growth, and here's a definite program. You won't find it in the declaration that is issued. There's no reference to it. So I'm saying that commitment that was made even by the G20 about development in terms of the developing countries in the context of that crisis, that commitment ceased to exist. So what do we do? Now, it would seem to me that, let me say, one of the things that a person like myself can't run away from is that we come from, we're products of a liberation struggle. At some point in terms of our own struggle here, the world responded in a particular way to the struggle that was taking place here. And you had a global anti-apartheid movement, which was everywhere in the world and truly global. The peoples of the world took on this responsibility to say, this crime against humanity is offensive to all of us as human beings, and it must come to an end. Those of us who are old enough would recall that this was also during the same period that you had this intense struggle in Vietnam. So a very, very strong Vietnam solidarity movement developed. But the anti-apartheid movement was even stronger than the Vietnam solidarity movement. I'm saying the world took on a responsibility. It said, this is a crime against humanity, and it's our common responsibility as human beings to respond. I'm saying that, colleagues, in order to say this, can we not go back there and say this just global order is as important to the people of South Africa, Southern Africa and Africa, of Asia, as it is important to the people of the United States? The Europeans, this just global order. It's a matter of common consensus and consent to all of us. I'm saying whether you are in New York or Johannesburg or Delhi or wherever you are, to the masses of the people, it's not possible for us in saying we are really shaping a just global order. Let's find a way of inspiring the whole world to pursue this. In that context, the question that Kawite Fayemi here and myself will have to answer: what does the African continent do to help shape this just global order? We have to look at ourselves to say, are we in a fit position as a continent? I don't think we are. And there are certain things that we've got to do about the African continent, about ourselves, to make an impact on this just global order that we need. And I'm saying the next Cape Town conversation must help us to answer that question. What are these practical things that we need to do to mobilize the rest of the world to address this common good? That this just global order is a common good, common to all humanity. It's not just Global South. So, but the answer to the question, what is to be done, is not easy. It's not easy in part because it demands an understanding of objective reality. The world as it is, not as the world as we wish it to be. I was giving this very simple example. You can't come back to the African continent and say to all of us, we've got all of these new discoveries of huge deposits of oil and gas. You can't come to us and say, forget all of that for the just transition. It won't happen. So I'm saying that part of the task of ensuring that we do the necessary mobilization to get the whole world to address this common good of shaping a just global order, it requires an understanding of the objective world. Understanding from us as Africans, to pose the question to ourselves as Africans. What is the role of the African continent in shaping a just global order? It's not just a speech by Thabo Mbeki that's going to achieve this. Certain things that we as Africans must do, and in the context of which we must understand our own objective reality properly. Not deceive ourselves about ourselves, but to say, these are our weaknesses and so on, this is what we need to do. It is possible. I think it is possible. It is possible for us to mobilize the peoples of the world, our own countries, our own continents, the peoples of the world, to pursue this common goal, to shape a just global order. And I think it's in the interest of all human beings, whether they are in the West or the East or the North or the South. It's a common objective, can be achieved. But it's the task of this conversation. It's the task of this conversation for us to say at the end of the next session, we've got a much better idea of what it is that must be done to achieve this common goal. And I do hope we'll come back here next year determined to address this matter. So that we shouldn't say, we met for 2 days, 3 days, whatever, had 15 panels or 20 panels. What did we discuss? What did we agree? Is there a view? Is there something that we can communicate to the world, which is going to take the world from what it is today to what it ought to be tomorrow? Can we say that? We must be able to say that at the end of the next session. I trust that we will all have this reflection in order to come out in that manner. But in the meantime, thanks indeed for everybody for coming, and a safe journey home. Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, President Mbeki. I'd now like to invite our co-host on stage to deliver the vote of thanks, Mr. Lukhanyo Neer, CEO of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation.
President Mbeki, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as we conclude what we can all agree has been a very successful session of the third Cape Town conversation, mine is to deliver a very, very short vote of thanks on behalf of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. Well aware that we were promised lunch at 2, and so I intend to be as short as I've promised. First and foremost, I must thank our co-hosts and fellow travelers on this journey, the Observer Research Foundation, to our brother Samir and your team, specifically Pulkit, Shub and Sukmani, thank you for your rigor and your friendship. You are truly the engine of the success of this event. To make a gathering of this magnitude possible, it requires partners who do not just simply write checks to us or send us money, but who believe in a vision for an African renaissance and a just global order. Specifically, we extend our heartfelt thanks to the ABSA Group, to AngloGold Ashanti, and to the United Nations in South Africa. However, as we prepare to leave this hall this afternoon, we must pause for a moment of sober reflection. We're currently witnessing the completion of a historic 4-year cycle of the developing nation G20 presidencies, from Indonesia to India to Brazil, and now concluding with South Africa in 2025. We have held the pen, but the question that must confront us now is, what do we do tomorrow? We've spent 3 days under the banner of Renew and Rebuild, shaping a just global order. Thinking and dialogue are definitely important. They are the seeds of change. But as the Thabo Mbeki Foundation, our fundamental interest is praxis, as President Mbeki was eloquently stating a few minutes ago. It is action. It is a tangible application of the ideas we have debated and discussed here. We must recognize that the G20 is an important forum. It gathers the powerful, yet it remains a non-binding forum. It cannot be our only hope. As the Speaker of the South African National Assembly reminded us yesterday, we need a multilateralism for the people, by the people, a multilateralism of the people, by the people, and for the people. We should be unrelenting in pursuit of a multilateralism that serves all of us, not just a select few. Off the back of this event, therefore, we must reaffirm to the world at large that the Global South is very much alive, relevant, and will continue making the necessary interventions so as to ensure that the poor and the marginalized can walk tall as equals among the people of the world. So as you travel back home, we ask you to take the spirit of the Cape Town conversation with you. But let us ensure that when we meet again, we do not just report on what we said, but on what we did. To the staff of the Thabo Mbeki Foundation and the volunteers, and to the leadership of Phindile Ndlovu, who worked tirelessly behind the scenes, thank you. Lastly, to our patron, President Mbeki, thank you for your continued guidance and for refusing to let us settle for mediocrity. Safe travels to you all. The struggle for a just world continues, but with the ideas shared here, victory is certainly closer. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sukhanyu. And for the very final word, I promise, let me call on stage my colleague Sunaina Kumar, Senior Fellow and Director of the Center for New Economic Diplomacy at the Observer Research Foundation, for ORF's vote of thanks.
Thank you for your patience. Going to keep this as short as possible. We've had 3 days of engaging and energizing conversations. We've sparked ideas, we've started debates, and these will go on much beyond this room. We've had 14 panels, 11 studio sessions, 3 roundtables, and that just means that I cannot do justice to the richness of the conversations, but I will try to summarize 5 very quick takeaways. The first one, the next phase of globalization is here, and it will not be defined by trade alone, but by the networks and systems that make it possible, of connectivity, infrastructure, and logistics, and it will be driven by regional and interregional economic systems. The second, the Global South will not be a passive actor in the climate story, in the energy transition, or in shaping the new techno order. AI, digital public infrastructure, and clean energy will drive inclusive growth, but this will require ensuring access, capacity building, and the ability to shape norms. The third, global South-centric plurilateralism will become more issue-focused. It is here to stay, and countries will work together on 21st century challenges around development and climate finance, the blue economy, access to AI and skilling, and many more. The fourth, SDG progress will take place through scalable, local, and community-led solutions, innovative partnerships, and integrated approaches. And the final one, Africa's rise is inexorable. It will be backed by youth-led innovation and sustainable development. The next engine of growth is here. I now need to get to the acknowledgements and the thank yous. First, to our partners, the Gates Foundation, DP World, and the ORF affiliate offices, ORF America and ORF Middle East. As you can imagine, putting together a conference like this with 300 people from 44 countries, 180 international delegates, is a lot of behind-the-scenes work and collaboration between the 2 wonderful teams at ORF and the Thabo Mbeki Foundation. Many of you already know the teams and are familiar with them. I am going to be announcing the names of each of these. So from Thabo Mbeki Foundation, first and foremost, our sincere gratitude and thank you to President Mbeki for your invaluable support and partnership. It truly is an honor for us. And from the team at the foundation, I'm not sure where they are in the room. Please put up your hands if you are so that everyone can see you. But there's Maxwell, Lucanio, Phindile, Anthony, Mubasini, Bongani, Thumeka, Anga, Niu, Thandeka, Vusi, Jimmy, Marcia, Thabo Paul, Simon, Solani, Nuthinko, and Edith. Thank you very much. And from ORF, I'm very proud to be part of this team. Thank you to Samir Saran for his inspiring leadership, and also the wonderful team at ORF, some of whom are standing right there. Pulkit, Sukhmini, Shubh, Stelin, Anjali, Srijan, Amir, Vivek, Roshni, Fiza, Samir B, Asad, and Arjun. A big thank you to all of our speakers. And none of this would have been possible without you, our audience, for your active participation. Thank you for bringing your questions, your reflections. We will now see you at Cape Town Conversation in 2026.
Spanish,